upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good afternoon, learners. I'm so happy to be with you today. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on our TV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, our TV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Teacher Jackie Lutisugi, your teacher broadcaster for English 8. Broadcasting live here at Santa Ignacia, Tarlac. bringing you the hottest lesson on air. How are you today, dear learners? I hope that all of you are in good health and in a comfortable place together with your learning activity sheet as well as your pen and paper. As you listen and watch carefully, capture and list down the important notes and ideas as we explore our lesson. If you have questions and clarifications regarding our lesson today, just post them in the comment section if you're watching our FB Live. But if you are listening to the radio and watching TV, you may send your questions via text messaging or FB Messenger to your teacher. Get ready, 8th graders. I believe you are now prepared. Our exciting adventure will now begin with our topic for today. Today, we will tackle Quarter 4, Module 5, Developing Paragraphs that Illustrate Each Text Type, focusing on recount and persuasive text. At the end of this 25-minute learning process, you are expected to first, define the different text types. Second, identify the text types illustrated in each sentence or paragraph. And develop paragraphs that illustrate a specific text type. Before we begin, let us first review how well you remember the lesson that you had with Teacher Ann last Tuesday. Let's answer this activity from your previous lesson. Let me read the instruction for you. Read each item carefully and identify whether the provided function of text type is expository or procedural. Write PR if the sentence is procedural and EX if expository. Write your answers on your answer sheet. Let's begin. Number 1. The writer details the reasons for an event or situation before discussing the effects. What is your answer? If your answer is EX, you are absolutely correct. Number 2. The writer provided the detailed instruction on how to cook chop suey. What is your answer to number 2? If your answer is PR, that's great. You are correct. Number 3. After identifying a problem in today's world, the writer possesses a possible solution. What is the answer to number 3? If your answer is EX, very good. You are correct. Number 4. The author provided a step-by-step instruction in accomplishing the task. What is your answer to number 4? If your answer is PR, you are amazing. Number 5. The writer discussed the mechanics and rules of the game. What is the answer to number 5? If your answer is PR, you are absolutely correct. How was your score? I hope everyone did well in this activity. Now, let's begin our new lesson. There are text types, and we will focus on recount and persuasive text. Let us first define recount. Recount retells past events, which may either be personal or factual. Recount writing is a style of writing that recalls an event or experience. They are usually based on the experience of the writer, and therefore, they're most often told from the first person. But this isn't always the case. Sometimes, they're told on behalf of someone else. Let us now proceed to personal recount. Personal recount retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. Diary entries and short personal memoirs are examples of personal recounts. This type of recount writing is also about writer's recollection of a particular event or experience. It's also what we do whenever we tell someone a story about something that happened to us. Let us check this example entitled Memories Last a Lifetime by Clarita Tresh. My family He used to visit my grandparents' farm in the province. I had all the first-time experiences such as riding on a carabao, climbing fruit trees, swimming in the river, and pounding pinipig rice. I could not forget also how my mother cooked her special bibingka or rice cake for us. I felt that life in the farm was fun. It made me realize that happiness cannot only be found at the city, but also in the countryside. The other type of recount is factual recount. It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. News reports and witness statements are examples of factual recount. The purpose of factual recount is to inform the reader about a particular event. An example of this is the footsteps in the moon written by Clarice Tresh. Riding in a spacecraft named Apollo 11, Neil Armstrong and company were determined to reach the moon. On July 20, 1969, they successfully made it. One giant leap for mankind. The historical line exclaimed by Neil Armstrong. This has been a tough challenge to an astronaut's mission that brought success to his nation. Such honor made him noteworthy. Carrying his nation's flag placed on the moon's surface was a victory. Let us now proceed to the persuasive text. Persuasive text intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. The main purpose of persuasive text is to present the point of view and seeks to persuade a reader. A persuasive text can be argument, exposition, discussion, review, or even an advertisement. For example, Trichelia White Beauty Soap by Clarita Tresh. Using Trichelia White Beauty Soap truly gives an amazing effect. It makes your skin look smooth and silky white. It contains glutathione and vitamin C. Hurry! Grab this product from stores nationwide and experience young-looking skin like no other. Did you like the topic for today? Very good! I am happy that you like it. Now, it's practice time. Let's move on to our Let Us Supply Activity 1. And I bet that you are ready. For our first activity, we are going to complete the table with the correct text type. Choose your answers from the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You can also type in your comment in the comment section if you are watching in our FB Live. I will read each sentence twice and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's proceed to number 1. The example of this is a diary entry. These also tell stories that the writer was personally involved. The example of this is a diary entry. These also tell stories that the writer was personally involved. What text type is this? Correct! The answer is B, personal recount. Number 2. A news report is an example of this text type. These are also stories that happened in real life but may not be about the author. A news report is an example of this text type. These are also stories that happened in real life but may not be about the author. What is your answer to number 2? You are correct. The answer is C, factual recount. Number 3. One of the examples of this text type is a memoir. The purpose of this text type is to tell stories about an important part of life and written from the perspective of the writer. One of the examples of this text type is a memoir. The purpose of this text type is to tell stories about an important part of life and written from the perspective of the writer. What is the answer to number 3? That's great! The answer is B, personal recount. Number 4. Commercials are the examples of this text type. Its purpose is to influence the reader's mind and perform a certain action. Commercials are the example of this text type. Its purpose is to influence the reader's mind and perform a certain action. What text type is this? If your answer is A, persuasive text, excellent, you are correct. And for the last number in activity 1, number 5. An advertisement is an example of this text type. The purpose is to convince readers and believe on the author's idea. An advertisement is an example of this text type. The purpose is to convince readers and believe on the author's idea. What is your answer to number 5? That's great. The answer is letter A, persuasive text. How was your score? Did you get a perfect score? Excellent, grade 8 learners. But if you did not get a perfect score, do not worry because there is still room for improvement. And we still have more activities to accomplish. With that, we will now move on to our next activity and let me read the directions. Match the text type in column A to its definition in column B. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each text type and its choices once, and you have 3 seconds to think of your answer. Number 1. Persuasive text. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is your answer to number 1? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 2. Personal recount. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe, perform a certain action, or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is the definition of this text type? If your answer is letter C in number 2, you are absolutely correct. Number 3. Factual recount. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Or letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is the answer to number 3? The correct answer to number 3 is letter A. I hope you got it right, grade 8. How was your score? I hope everyone did well in this activity. Let us now proceed to our next activity and let me read the directions. Categorize the examples provided inside the box according to its text type. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each text types and its choices once, and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's now proceed to number 1. The text type is persuasive text. Is it letter A, witness statement? Or letter B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Or letter C, short personal memoir? What is the exact example for number 1? If your answer is letter B, very good. You are correct. Number 2. Personal recount. What is the exact example for this text type? Is it letter A, witness statement? Letter B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Letter C, short personal memoir. What is the answer? If your answer is letter C, excellent, you got the correct answer. And for the last number in activity 2.1, factual recount. What is the exact example for this text type? Is it A, witness statement? B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Or letter C, short personal memoir? What is the answer? Very good. The answer is letter A. How was your score in activity 2.1? Did you get a perfect score? Excellent, grade 8 learners. We will now proceed to our next activity and let me read the directions. Identify what text type is being expressed in each paragraph. Choose your answer inside the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each paragraph once, and you are given 5 seconds to think of your answer. I had once visited a place last Holy Week. I was amazed by the environment. I love its calm and peaceful scenery. Whenever I saw the trees, flowers, and birds, they gave me the feeling of happiness. I felt relief from stress. That place gave me the comfort and relaxation I needed. What text type was expressed in the paragraph? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 2. On Children's Day in 1999, a technology company treated more than 200 unprivileged children to a high-tech experience. They were given training on information technology. What is the answer to number 2? The answer is letter C. I hope you got the correct answer. Number 3. I spent my day at home most of the time, washing and disinfecting my hands every now and then, and ate healthy foods. I also make myself productive, do my modules or classes in the morning, helping around the house and spending time with my family. What is your answer to number 3? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 4. Should students eat breakfast every day? Skipping breakfast is very common to young people. They think it is not necessary. However, I believe that eating breakfast is important to start the day right. The following are the advantages of having breakfast. It gives your body energy and strength and makes your brain function well. On the other hand, missing breakfast will lead to a lot of health problems. So, now is the right time to start eating breakfast to stay healthy and productive. What text type was expressed in the paragraph? Exactly, the answer is letter A. And the last number for this activity, number 5. The community pantry of essential goods that first emerged along a street in Quezon City has spread in other areas in and out of Metro Manila. Many persons praise such effort as a form of community spirit, where strangers help strangers during the COVID-19 pandemic. But at the same time, they see it as a critique of the government's response to the coronavirus, which they feel is not reaching the people who need the help the most. We are here to remind each other that we can rely on one another. After all, we can't really rely on anyone else. What is your answer? If you answer letter C, excellent! You are correct. Before I present to you your post-listening activity, let's have a review of our discussion. The first text type that we discussed is recount. It retells past events, which may either be personal or factual. On the other hand, the personal recount retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. Diary entries and short personal memoirs are examples of personal recounts, while factual recounts retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. News reports and witness statements are examples of factual recounting. And for the persuasive text, it intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe, perform a certain action, or change mind. Commercials and advertisement are examples of persuasive text. And for our post-listening or viewing activity, you are going to choose one from the following writing tasks. Note the rubric for evaluating your written output. Write your answers on your answer sheet. The following are the writing tasks. Number 1, write a personal recount in the form of a diary. Number 2, make a personal recount on the topic COVID vaccination in the Philippines. And number 3, write a 5-sentence persuasive text about your stand on the use of cell phone in the classroom. Here is the rubric for your activity. The first component is structure. 3 points if your output has logical sentences with clear main idea and supporting idea. 2 points if it has 3 to 4 logical sentences with clear main idea and supporting details. And 1 point if it has 1 to 2 sentences with main idea but lacks supporting details. And the second component is content and language features. 3 points if your output has 5 sentences that give factual information with definition or explanation of the keywords used. 2 points if it has 3 to 4 sentences that give factual information with definition or explanation of the keywords used. And 1 point if it has 1 to 2 sentences attempt to give factual information or explanation of the keywords used. Our lesson in English 8 has just ended. You may now start working on the activities of the learning activity sheet to enhance your skills. Start answering the post-listening activity by simply following the instructions. If you find it hard to do the other activities, you may ask a family member to help you, or you may ask your teacher to explain it more to you. Time flies really fast. 25 minutes of fun learning is just like 25 seconds. Take this quotation from Satyanani as your takeaway. A little progress each day adds up to big results. Always remember to enjoy while learning. Until our next discovery, grade 8. Once again, you are tuned in at Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. Again, this is Teacher Jackie Luti Sugi, your teacher broadcaster. God bless everyone!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
Aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience, serving you with the different skills to learn and have fun together.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Sa trivia, sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, na ibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan, at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam nyo na, yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sabayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DCTZ Radio Pilipino Tarlac. At ngayong araw ay matutunghayan natin ang isa na namang remote live broadcast para sa pag-aaral ng isang panibagong leksyon sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8 dito lamang sa Barangay Tibag. Magandang araw! Narito naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilog kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi at patuloy na pag-aaral sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako nga palang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at narito akong muli upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ikalawang bahagi ng ating paksang aralin tungkol sa pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa. At sa lahat ng ating mga mag-aaral sa ikawalong baitan, sa patnubay ng inyong mga magulang, kung kayo ay may nais linawin at tanungin tungkol sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito, maaari kayong mag-text sa mga numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. At sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig, narito ang aking numero, 0921-25-225-24. Kaya ano pang hinihintay ninyo? At text na. At bago tayo dumako sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito, pinapaalala kong muli sa inyo ang mga dapat gawin upang magkaroon ng kaaya-ayang pakikinig at panonood sa ating remote live broadcast. Muli, dito lamang sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DCTZ Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Narito na ang mga dapat gawin. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportabling lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating remote live broadcast. Ikalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, ballpen, at papel na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At ikatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. At alam kong handang-handa na kayo para sa isa na namang panibagong talakayan. Pero bago tayo dumako sa ating panibagong paksang aralin sa araw na ito, alam kong natatandaan pa ninyo ang ating nakaraang talakayan noong nakaraang linggo tungkol sa unang bahagi ng pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa. At base sa lahat ng aking tekstong ipinaliwanag noong nakaraang linggo, narito ang mga natutunan ninyo. Mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon at mga pang-ekonomikong organisasyon at trading blocks. Natutunan ninyo ang mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon katulad ng mga sumusunod: ang European Union, ang Organization of Islamic Cooperation or OIC, ang Organization of American States or OAS, at ang Association of Southeast Asian Nations or ang tinatawag nating ASEAN. Natutunan din ninyo ang mga tinatawag na pang-ekonomikong organisasyon at trading blocks, katulad ng mga sumusunod: World Bank, International Monetary Fund or IMF, at ang World Trade Organization or WTO. Maliban sa mga nabanggit ko, natutunan din ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Ekonomiko, nagpapalaganap ito sa kunwaring tulong tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng kalagayang pangkabuhayan ng bansa. Kultural, na bago ang mga likas na pananaw at paniniwala ng mga bansa. May mahalagang papel na ginampanan ng mga pandaigdigang organisasyon, hakbang tungo sa kapayapaan at kaunlaran ng mga bansang kasapi nito. Ang Unyong Europeo ay isang pang-ekonomiko at pampolitikal na unyon ng 27 malalayang bansa. Ang Samahan ng mga Estadong Amerikano ay isang pandaigdigang samahang nakabase sa Washington, D.C., Estados Unidos. Mayroon itong 35 kasaping nagsasariling estado ng Amerika. Natutunan din ninyo na ang OIC ay isang international na organisasyon ng 57 bansa. Ito ay samahan ng mga bansang Muslim. Ang kapisanan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya o kilala bilang ASEAN ay isang organisasyong geopolitikal, ekonomikal, at pangkultura ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. At bago tayo dumako sa pagtatalakay ng ikalawang bahagi ng ating paksang araling tungkol sa pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa, tayo ay magkakaroon muna ng isang gawain. Pero sa araw na ito, kayo ay gagabayan ng ating Most Essential Learning Competency para na naman sa isang panibagong aralin. Napapahalagahan ang bahaging ginagampanan ng mga pandaigdigang organisasyon sa pagsusulong ng pandaigdigang kapayapaan. Muli, huwag kakalimutan ang ating Most Essential Learning Competency para sa pag-aaral ng ikalawang bahagi ng paksang araling tungkol sa pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa. At ngayon ay magkakaroon tayo ng isang gawain bago tayo dumako sa ating talakayan. Narito ang panuto ng inyong napakasimpleng gawain. Tukuyin kung anong organisasyon ang tinutukoy ng bawat logo o larawan ng gusali. Handa na ba kayo para sa isang gawain para sa araw na ito? Sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig at lahat ng nakasubaybay sa remote live broadcast, maaari ninyong i-type ang inyong sagot sa ating comment box section. Para sa unang bilang, ang nakikita ninyo ay logo ng isang samahan. At kayo ay bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para masagot ang bawat bilang. At ang tamang sagot ay European Union. Ang nakita ninyo ay ang logo ng samahang European Union. Sa mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot sa ating unang bilang, kayo ay binabati ko. At dumako na tayo sa susunod. At ang tamang sagot ay Organization of American States. Muli, binabati ko ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ikatlong bilang. At ang logong ito ay tumutukoy sa organisasyong Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Dumako na tayo sa susunod. At ang tamang sagot ay mukhang alam ninyo ang tamang sagot. Association of Southeast Asian Nations, o nakalagay sa kanyang logo na ASEAN, at kabilang dito ang bansang Pilipinas. Susunod. Ano kayang gusali ito? Ang gusaling ito ay kung saan matatagpuan ang World Bank. Susunod, isa na namang gusali. At ang gusaling nakikita ninyo sa inyong screen ay ang gusali ng IMF or International Monetary Fund. At para sa pinakahuling bilang na inyong napakasimpleng gawain sa araw na to. At mula sa kanyang logo, alam niyo na ang tamang sagot. At ang tamang sagot ay ang WTO o ang World Trade Organization. Magaling dahil naisa ninyo o nagawa ninyong maisa-isa ang mga pandaigdigang organisasyon sa pamamagitan ng mga larawan ng logo at gusaling aking pinakita. Tandaan na ang mga nasabing organisasyon ay may mahalagang gampanin sa pagkakamit natin ng tinatawag na pandaigdigang kaunlaran. At maliban sa mga nabanggit kong mga organisasyon, marami pang organisasyong internasyonal ang nilikha upang patatagin ang kooperasyon ng mga bansa at magtaguyod ng kaunlaran. Dahil isa yan sa mga layunin ng pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa ang magkaroon ng kapayapaan o pandaigdigang kapayapaan at kooperasyon ng mga bansang kasapi nito. At ngayon ay pag-uusapan natin ang iba pang organisasyong pandaigdig. Handa na ba kayo para sa isa na namang panibagong aralin? At tayo nang magsisimula. May mga samahang regional din na bumubuo ng tinatawag nating trade blocks. Ano nga ba ang trade blocks? Ang trade blocks ay isang kasunduan ng mga bansang kadalasan ay magkakaanib sa isang samahang regional na naglalayong bawasan, iliin o paliitin o tanggalin ang mga taripa at mga hadlang sa taripa sa pamamagitan ng mga miyembrong bansa. Ngayon ay alam nyo na kung anong ibig sabihin natin sa tinatawag na trade blocks. Ang pinakaunang organisasyon na ating tatalakayin ay ang tinatawag nating AFTA or ang ASEAN Free Trade Area o ang Sonang Malayang Kalakalan ng ASEAN. Ano nga ba ang layunin ng AFTA? Ito ay isang kasunduan ng hanay ng pangkalakalan ng kaisipan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya na nagtaguyod ng pampagawa ang pampuok ng tinatawag nating local manufacturing sa lahat ng mga bansa sa ASEAN. Muli, yan ang tinatawag nating AFTA. Meron tayong tinatawag na mga tahasang mithiin ng AFTA. Ang mga tahasang mithiin ng AFTA ay makamit ang mga sumusunod. Una, palakihin ang hangganan bilang batayang pamproduksyon sa pandaigdigang pamilihan sa pamamagitan ng pag-awas sa loob ng ASEAN ng mga taripa at walang taripa. Pangalawa ay akitin ang maraming panlabas na tuwirang pamumuhay sa ASEAN. Yan ay ang mga tahasang mithiin ng AFTA. Susunod ay ang tinatawag nating NAFTA o ang North American Free Trade Agreement. Makikita ninyo sa inyong screen ang logo ng nasabing organisasyon o kasunduan. Ito ay isang kasunduan na nilagdaan ng Canada, Mexico, at United States na lumilikha ng trilateral trade bloc sa North America. Ito ay nagbigay bias noong 1994 na nagbigay daan sa pagkakabuo ng isang trade bloc na maituturing na may pinakamataas na pinagsama-samang purchasing power party sa GDP. Yan ay ang NAFTA or ang North American Free Trade Agreement. Susunod ay ang tinatawag nating Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation or ang APEC. At makikita niyo sa inyong screen ang logo ng nasabing organisasyon. Ano nga ba ang APEC? Ito ay isang organisasyong binubuo ng 20 bansa at isang rehiyong administratibo. Ang mga kasabing bansa ay nagpupulong upang maiayos ang kanilang ugnayang pangkabuhayan. Isinusulong din ng organisasyon ang pagkakaroon ng kaunlarang pang-ekonomiya, kooperasyon, kalakalan at pamumuhunan sa rehiyon ng Asia-Pacific. Tampok ang programa ng APEC na tinatawag nilang 3 Pillars of APEC. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga tinatawag nating 3 Pillars of APEC? Una ay ang liberalisasyon ng kalakalan at pamumuhunan. Pangalawa ay ang pagpapabilis at pagpapadali ng negosyo. At ikatlo ay ang tulungang pangkabuhayan at pangteknikal. Sa aking tekstong mga ipinaliwanag, natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod na paksang aralin, iba pang organisasyong pandaigdigan o iba pang pandaigdigang organisasyon. At bago tayo dumako sa pagsasagot ng inyong gawain sa araw na ito, muli isa-isahin natin ang mga mahalagang impormasyong aking tinalakay tungkol sa nabanggit na paksang aralin tungkol sa iba pang pandaigdigang organisasyon. Ito na ang mga dapat tandaan tungkol sa mga paksang aralin na tinalakay natin sa araw na ito. Una, bukod sa mga pandaigdigang organisasyon, marami pang organisasyong international ang nilikha upang patatagin ang kooperasyon ng mga bansa at magtaguyod ng kaunlaran. Pangalawa sa inyong natutunan ay nilikha ang iba pang organisasyong pandaigdig upang magbigay tulong sa pananalapi, magbigay kalayaan sa kalakalang internasyonal, mamahala sa pandaigdigang sistema ng pananalapi. Ikatlo, may mga samahang regional din na bumuo ng trade blocs. Pang-apat, ilan pa sa mga nilikhang organisasyong pandaigdig ay ang ASEAN Free Trade Area or AFTA, ang North American Free Trade Agreement o NAFTA, at ang Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Panglima sa inyong natutunang teksto, ang AFTA ay nagtaguyod ng mga pampagawaang pampuok o tinatawag nating local manufacturing sa lahat ng bansa sa ASEAN. Pang-anim, Ang AFTA ay may dalawang mithiin na nais makamit. Ang NAFTA naman ay isang kasunduan na nilagdaan ng Canada, Mexico, at United States na lumikha ng trilateral trade bloc sa North America. Pangwalo sa inyong natutunan. Ang APEC ay isang organisasyong binubuo ng 20 bansa at isang rehiyong administratibo. Ikasyam, mayroong tinatawag na 3 pillars of APEC. At balikan natin ang mga tinatawag nating kabilang sa 3 pillars of APEC. Una, liberalisasyon ng kalakalan at pamumuhunan. Pangalawa, pagpapabilis at pagpapadali ng negosyo. At ikatlo, tulungang pangkabuhayan at pangteknikal. At pinakahuli sa inyong natutunan, mahalaga ang mga pandaigdigang organisasyon sa pagsusulong ng kapayapaan, kaunlaran at pagkakaisa. Muli, yan ay ang mga tekstong inyong natutunan tungkol sa ating paksang-araling iba pang pandaigdigang organisasyon. Ngayon ay handa ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas, at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. At sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral na mayroong learning activity sheets, maaring pakilabas lamang ang mga iyon. At para sa ating gawain sa araw na ito, tignan natin kung natatandaan pa ninyo ang ating nagawang talakayan. Ang ating panuto, basahing mabuti ang bawat tanong. Isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot sa bawat bilang. Handa na ba kayo? At kayo ay bibigyan ko lamang ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang bawat bilang. At ngayon ay alam kong handang-handa na kayo. At atin ang sisimulan ang inyong maikling pagsusulit. Muli sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig at taga-subaybay ng remote live broadcast, maaari din ninyong i-type ang inyong sagot sa ating comment box section. Ngayon ay atin ang sisimulan. Para sa unang bilang, lahat ng sumusunod ay kabilang sa 3 pillars of APEC maliban sa isa. A. Pagpapabilis at pagpapadali ng pagninegosyo. B. Tulungang pangkabuhayan at pangteknikal. C. Liberalisasyon ng kalakalan at pamumuhunan. And letter D. Pagpapatatag ng politika sa bansa. Muli kayo may 3 segundo para sagutin ito. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D, pagpapatatag ng politika sa bansa. Sa lahat na nakakuha ng tamang sagot sa ating unang bilang ng inyong maikling pagsusulit, kayo ay binabati ko. Dumako na tayo sa susunod na bilang. Ito ay isang kasunduan ng hanay na pangkalakalan ng kapisanan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya na nagtataguyod ng local manufacturing. A. Trade blocs. B. AFTA. C. NAFTA. Or letter D. APEC. At ang inyong 3 segundo ay magsisimula na. At ang tamang sagot ay B. AFTA. Para sa ikatlong bilang, ilan ang bumubuo sa pillars of APEC? A. 2. B. 3. C. 4. Letter D. 5. At ang tamang sagot ay letter B, 3. Dumako na tayo sa ika-4 na bilang. Ito ay isang kasunduan na nilagdaan ng Canada, Mexico at United States na lumilikha ng trilateral trade bloc sa North America. A. Trade blocs. B. AFTA. C. NAFTA. Letter D. APEC. At ang tamang sagot ay letter C, NAFTA. Sa mga nakakakuha ng tamang sagot mula sa ika-unang bilang hanggang sa ika-4 na bilang, kayo ay binabati ko. Ngayon naman ay dumako tayo sa ika-5 bilang. Bakit mahalaga ang organisasyong pandaigdig? Letter A, dahil ito ang nagbibigay ng grasya at pag-asa sa mga kasabing bansa. Letter B, dahil ito ang nagbibigay hudyat kung kailan dapat salakayin ang kaaway ng bansa. Letter C, dahil pinagbubuklod nito ang mga bansa, pinapanatili ang kapayapaan at pagkakaisa. Or letter D, dahil ito ay nagiging paraan ng isang bansang makapangyarihan upang pamunuan ang mga bansang sako. At ang tamang sagot ay letter C, dahil pinagbubuklod nito ang mga bansa, pinapanatili ang kapayapaan at pagkakaisa. At para sa inyong takdang aralin, muli binabati ko ang lahat na nakakuha ng mga tamang sagot sa ating maikling pagsusulit. Sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng mataas na score, maaari pa kayong makabawi sa ating susunod na gawain. At para sa inyong takdang aralin, gawain 6, tiyakin mo, at ito ay nasa pahina 12 ng inyong module 6. Tiyakin na maipapasa ninyo ang sagot sa inyong guro sa Aralin Panipunang Grade 8 sa pamamagitan ng Messenger o sa inyong Google Classroom account. At isang panibagong leksyon na naman ang ating natapos na talakayin, at ako ay labis na natutuwa sa ipinakita ninyong kasipagan at pakikinig mula sa pinakaunang paksa hanggang sa pinakahuli. At bago tayo magtapos sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito, ako ay mag-iwan ng isang kataga mula kay Henry Ford, na siyang naging founder ng Ford Motor Company, na nagsasabing, coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. And working together is success. Ang lahat ay kailangan makibahagi at makiisa sa pagkakamit at pagsusulong ng kapayapaan, kaunlaran at pagkakaisa. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang lahat ng mga natandaan ninyo sa ating leksyon sa araw na ito at subukan ninyo itong ibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito sa Aralin Panlipunan Grade 8 para sa school year 2021 at 2022. At sa pamamagitan ng proyekto ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, ang Aral TarlakHenyo sa tulong ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac, kami ay lubos na nasisiyahan sa pagbabahagi ng aming kaalaman sa mga kabataang itinuturing naming pag-asa ng bayan. Sana ay patuloy kayong magsumikap sa pag-aaral sa kabila ng hamon ng panahon ng COVID-19 pandemic. Tandaan na mahal namin kayo at ang gagawin namin ang aming makakaya sa pagtupad ng aming sinumpaang pangako sa bayan bilang inyong dakilang guro. Muli, ako inyong guro sa Aralin Panlipunan Grade 8, ginang Christy L. Castillo, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Aralin Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa. Magandang araw sa lahat at hanggang sa muli.
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito ay isang korupsyon. Ito ay isang pahirap.
Si COVID-19 para kanyak kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kaya makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito ng virus nga nakasunod na aton, delikado ito parte ang mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para bundaga dapat ito nga distruso habang sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para makuha natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, nganhin, may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guidelines siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinapalo naman itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, amo, Nagtuong kami mga barrier para sa motor para proteksyon gihapon, dirila para kung pati nga tutakon pamilya.
Mga tulong nga kami iwasan iti COVID-19, iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko, iti health protocol kan hanak arumwa DJ balay mi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam niyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon, at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo.
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahim papawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to another educational adventure. I am grateful that you are watching and listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. We are also streaming live via our Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Alona Dries, your teacher broadcaster in TLE Cosmetology Grade 8, broadcasting live at La Paz National High School. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. I hope that you are doing well. And to our dear parents and guardians, thank you for your unwavering support to your children. To our dear learners, get ready to listen and stay focused. Now, dear students, are you ready to enjoy it? Are you ready to enjoy and learn something new? But before we start, please make sure that you are in a comfortable place away from any distraction. Check your connections as well as your speakers or headsets so you could hear me loud and clear. And of course, don't forget to prepare your ballpen, paper, and compendium of notes in Cosmetology 8. Please leave your names, sections, and school in the chat box so that your subject teacher are aware that you are taking part in today's discussion. So if you have questions about our lessons, feel free to ask using our comment sections. Today we will focus our discussion on cosmetology. Our topic is about types of nail art techniques, and we are targeting the MELCs perform different fancy nail design on fingernails and toenails. And at the end of this lesson, you are expected to creative nail art design, perform nail art design on fingernails and toenails, and follow safety precaution in performing the procedure in nail art. Are you ready to go? Let's begin. Let us review some terms or concepts to refresh your memory about the previous lesson, which is all about the types of fancy nail design. Can you still remember the different fancy nail design? Let me see if you really learned from our previous lesson. I will show you pictures and you are going to identify what fancy nail design is being shown by the following pictures. Let us start with the first one. What fancy nail design is this? Very good, class. This one is nail art stickers. Another one. What fancy nail design is this? Great! This one is nail art stamping. Next picture. What fancy nail design is this? Perfect! This one is nail accessories. And let's go for the last picture. What fancy nail design is this? Very good, class. This one is water marbling. And those are the types of fancy nail design. It seems that you already know the lessons that we were discussed from the previous discussion. And now, prepare yourself for another lesson. Let's begin. Our lesson for today is all about the types of nail art techniques. So what is nail art? Nail art is the practice of painting decorative designs on the nails. These days, fingernails and toenails are seen by some as important points of beauty. Also, it is a type of fashion activity related to manicuring. So creativity and resourcefulness are the key in making nail art design. There are assorted techniques to jazz up your nails with exclusive nail art decor. Nail art kits simplify the process of creating decorative nails at home. Usually, the kits include paint, image-creating implements such as stencils, stamps, or stickers, and fine detail instruments such as cutting tools. Nail art pens are ideal tools for drawing and are specifically designed to paint fine strokes or dots or patterns on the nail surface. You can also complete set of nail art tools just by bits and pieces you have around your house. Some are better than professional tools, and this includes bobby pin, toothpick, scotch tape, makeup applicator, makeup sponge, straws, and many more. Nail art can be categorized on the basis of the techniques used. There are so many nail art techniques that you can use to create different design on your nails. Some of nail art techniques includes sponging, taping, painting, or drawing with brushes, and etc. And today, I will discuss to you some of these nail art techniques. The first nail art technique is painting with a brush. So this technique is like any other painting where one can use a variety of brushes. You can draw any template of choice by taking the help of these brushes. However, it needs some minimum practice and skill for achieving the perfection in giving perfect strokes. And there are multiple types of brushes. For instance, angled, flat, line, detail, dotting, and etc. which can be used. Another nail art technique is sponge bobbing. In this technique is used for getting gradient and achromatic kind of designs on nails. And you can use any kind of sponge, maybe art, paint, or makeup, or any other, depending upon the effect required and design expected. Another nail art technique is taping. In this technique, a base color is initially applied on the nails, and then the tape is cut into small pieces and later on applied to the nails. The tiny pieces of tapes are applied to those areas of nails which are to be left in the base color itself. Then, you can apply the next coat of color you wish to apply on the unified nail. Last on the list is splatter nails. This nail art design involves splattering different nail polish color over a neutral base to make it look like a work of art.
It is very abstract and fun nail art technique. So no matter what color combination you use, your nail will always look unique. So dear students, I have prepared a video demonstration showing the procedure on how to create nail art with these techniques, and also the tools and materials needed, as well as some safety precautions to observe as you perform a different nail care activity. So watch and learn as I play the video demonstration of these nail art techniques. see the sample nail art design that we can create by applying the different nail art techniques that we have discussed today. Dear students, you can create your own unique design by simply choosing different colors of nail polish and just by applying your creativity and resourcefulness. I hope that those videos will give you an idea in making your own unique and beautiful nail art designs. Okay, so dear students, I have a question. As a cosmetology student, why do you think it is important to learn the different nail art techniques? Very good. As a cosmetology student, it is never a dull day as you get the chance to enhance your skills as a nail artist. Trying different types of nail art and learning new methods of nail care while developing your technical skills will also get to learn about the business aspect of the industry. Every day, you will learn new nail care techniques and nail art designs. Once you collect knowledge and skills, you can start your own nail spa and be an entrepreneur. You have good job security as people depend on nail technicians for their beauty needs, which means your skills are needed once you enter the working world. And that ends our lesson for today. Let us have now our recap. Ready? The different nail art techniques that we have discussed today includes painting with a brush, sponge bobbing, taping, and splatter nails. Painting with a brush is a technique which uses a variety of brushes. Sponge bobbing is a technique used for getting gradient and achromatic kind of designs on nails. Taping, where tiny pieces of tapes are applied to those areas of nails. Splatter nail art design, which involves splattering different nail polish color over a neutral base to make it look like a work of art. We have watched also the procedure on how we can do a nail art using the different techniques that we have discussed. Let us now check your understanding about our lesson. Let's have a short quiz. Open your compendium of notes on page 18 and answer learning activity sheets number 8. I am going to read the questions once and you are going to choose only the letter of the correct answer. So listen very carefully. So let's have the question number 1. What nail art technique is used for getting gradient and achromatic kind of designs on the nails? Is it letter A, sponge bobbing, letter B, taping, letter C, nail art, or letter D, designing nails? Question number 2. It is a technique like any other painting where one can use a variety of brushes. Is it letter A, splatter nails, letter B, use of nail art sticker and decals, letter C, taping, and letter D, painting with a brush? Let's go for question number 3. What nail art techniques in which a tiny pieces of tapes is used? Letter A, sponge bobbing, letter B, splatter nails, letter C, taping, or letter D, painting with a brush? For question number 4, it is the practice of painting decorative designs on the nails. Is it letter A, designing, letter B, nail art, letter C, splattering, or letter D, taping? And question number 5. Which nail art design involves splattering different nail polish color over a neutral base? Is it letter A, taping, letter B, splatter nails, letter C, painting with a brush, or letter D, sponge Sponge Bobby. So let us check if your answers are correct. For question number 1, the answer is letter A, Sponge Bobby. For number 2, the answer is letter D, painting with a brush. For question number 3, the answer is letter C, taping. For number 4, the answer is letter B, nail art. And for number 5, the answer is letter B, splatter nails. Okay, count your scores. For those who got a perfect score, excellent. And for those who didn't get a perfect score, no worries, at least you tried your best. And keep on reading your compendium of notes in cosmetology. So for your activity, you are going to perform the different types of nail art techniques that we have discussed today. You will document your performance using videos or pictures. Send your output at my Gmail account, alonamacaburasdris@gmail.com. You may also send the videos or pictures of your performance in the messenger group chat or to your cosmetology teacher. And this will be the checklist for your performance. For preparation, you will get a total of 4 points. Total of 4 points for procedure and techniques, and total of 4 points for performance criteria. Total of 2 points for appearance, and total of 4 for work habits, and 1 point for speed. And this will be the rating scale. So do you have questions, class? If you have questions or clarification, just feel free to send your questions to our messenger group chat. You may also send it through text to the mobile number 0998-277-4334. I will answer all your questions right after the session. So alright, that ends our session for this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed our on-air live discussion about cosmetology. It has been a great day serving you all. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. I am teacher Alona Andres, grade 8 TLE Anchor teacher for today. Reminding you to always stay safe, happy, and always healthy. And don't forget our hashtag. In DLE, we aim for knowledge, skill, and progress. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.
Ang ASEA New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam nyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas. Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Kapas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Broadcasting live at Victoria Tarlac, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. To converge cable subscribers, you can watch us at Channel 100. I am your teacher for MAPE Grade 8, Irish Linel Cunanan Saure. Join me for 25 minutes of meaningful learning experience on air. Before we begin, I have some study tips to maximize remote learning. First, find a comfortable place that is far from noise so that you will hear me loud and clear. Next, get all the materials you will need while watching or listening to our broadcast. Get your learner's activity sheet for Health Day 4. Make sure you also have your pen and extra paper with you. Listen attentively and be interactive. You may use the comment box below if you have questions. You may also type your answers in the comment box during activity time. Lessons in Grade 8 Health for this quarter is about gateway drugs. Now, let us see if you still remember the previous lesson. Kindly get your pen and activity sheets and let us answer activity number 1. Like what I mentioned earlier, to make this session interactive, you may comment down below your answers. For this activity, you will choose the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter of your choice on the blank provided in each number in your activity sheets. Are you ready? Let us begin with item number 1. Drugs which open doors for non-drug users to try and experiment on more dangerous drugs are called A. Depressant drugs, B. Gateway drugs, C. Narcotic drugs, and D. Stimulant drugs. The correct answer is letter B. Gateway drugs. Did you get the correct answer? Very good. Now let us answer item number 2. The addictive component in cigarette and tobacco products is called A. Nicotine, B. Smoke, C. Tobacco, and D. Tar. The correct answer is letter A. Nicotine. Did you get the correct answer? Very good. Si nicotine ang may kasalanan, while quitting smoking is hard to do. Nicotine is addictive, so you crave for it. Now let us answer item number 3. It refers to the smoke that comes out of the filtered end of a cigarette and directly inhaled by smokers. A. Mainstream smoke, B. Second-hand smoke, C. Third-hand smoke, and D. Tobacco smoke. If your answer is letter A. Mainstream smoke, you are correct. Good job! Moving on to item number 4. It is the law governing tobacco production, distribution, and use, known as the Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003. A. Republic Act 9565, B. Republic Act 9211, C. Republic Act 9362, and D. Republic Act 8211. For item number 4, the correct answer is letter B. Republic Act 9211, also known as the Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003. And for the last item for this activity, item number 5. It is called the beverage alcohol. This is what humans consume that intoxicates and alters the nervous system. A. Ethanol, B. Methanol, C. Salbutamol, and D. Isopropyl. If your answer is letter A. Ethanol, you are correct. Very good. How well did you perform in the first activity? Kindly type your scores in the comment box. Congratulations to all learners who got 5. You are excellent. I am happy that you still remember the previous lesson. Today is the last episode for Grade 8 Health and also the last episode for MAPE for this school year. For this session, we are going to recall and summarize the lessons in health from first quarter to fourth quarter. Let us see if you still remember them all. Let us begin with the first quarter. The content standards for first quarter health. is as follows. The learner demonstrates understanding of human sexuality and managing sexuality-related issues for a healthy life. The performance standards. The learner appropriately manages sexually related issues through responsible and informed decisions. As you continue to grow and develop, it is important that you know how to manage the crucial aspect of your personality, your sexual health. In this quarter, it helped you understand the concept of gender and human sexuality. It also enhanced your decision-making skills to help you manage sexuality-related concern. Now let us answer activity number 2 to see if you still remember the lessons about human sexuality. For this activity, you will choose the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter of your choice on the blank provided in each number in your activity sheets. You may also comment down your answers. Are you ready? Let us begin with item number 1. It refers to biological basis of being male or female. A. Gender. B. Human sexuality. C. Gender equality. And D. Sex. The correct answer is letter D. Sex. Sex determines your reproductive functions. Item number 2. It is a social concept on how men and women should think, feel, and act. A. Gender. B. Human sexuality. C. Sex. And D. Gender equality. The correct answer is letter A. Gender. According to World Health Organization, gender refers to the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. As a social construct, gender varies from society to society and can change over time. Next, item number 3. It permits man and woman equal enjoyment of human rights. A. Human sexuality. B. Gender role. C. Gender equality. And D. Humanitarian. The correct answer is letter C. Gender equality. Item number 4. It will help you make decisions based on your needs and desires. A. Decision. B. Decision-making skills. C. Good decision. And D. Refusal skill. The correct answer is letter B. Decision-making skills. Remember, you will not arrive at a good decision if you lack decision-making skills. Moving on to item number 5. It is a way to say no to something that you don't want to do. A. Decision. B. And D. Life skill. The correct answer is letter B. Refusal skill. Refusal skill is one of the skills na sa personal kong opinyon, napakahalaga nito na matutunan. know how to say no. In this quarter, sexuality is defined as total self. How you look, how you think, how you interact, the way you feel about yourself and others, and the way you value relationships. Healthy sexuality encompasses the following characteristics: self-love, self-knowledge, self-confidence, self-respect, and self-expression. Healthy sexuality means taking high sense of responsibility for all your actions, since this can affect self-esteem, decision-making, and behavior. Kaya nabigyan ng emphasis in this quarter ang decision-making. Decision comes with the responsibility of the choice you make or act upon. Bakit kailangang pag-aralan ang human sexuality? Education for human sexuality deals with the formation of virtuous habits, right attitudes, and integration of positive values. It is also through education for human sexuality that we identified some issues and problems regarding human sexuality that result from poor decisions and unhealthy practices. And these are the sexually transmitted infections like HIV or AIDS. I hope you are learning a lot in our lesson. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. You can also watch us live via Converge Cable Channel 100. This is your teacher broadcaster for Health Grade 8, Ma'am Irish Linel Saure. Moving on to Health Quarter 2. The content standards for this quarter is as follows. Demonstrates an understanding of responsible parenthood for a healthy family life. And the performance standards, the learner makes informed and values-based decisions in preparation for responsible parenthood. Time to answer activity number 3. Supply the missing letters on each item to decipher the word. A hint is provided in each item. To those who are watching our live broadcast via Facebook, kindly type your answer in the comment box. Number 1. It is a social activity which involves 2 or more people generally assessing each other's suitability for a potential relationship. If your answer is dating, you are correct. Number 2. A lifelong partnership of a man and a woman, 2 unique individuals who understand, respect, care, and love each other. The correct answer is marriage. Item number 3. The reproductive process wherein the male gamete and female gamete unite to form a new single cell. What do you think is the correct answer? Fertilization is correct. Next, item number 4. The smallest integral unit of the society. The correct answer is family. Last item number 5. It is defined as the will, ability, and commitment of parents to respond to the needs and aspirations of the family and children, more particularly through family planning. The correct answer is responsible parenthood. Let me know your scores using the chat box. This quarter is about responsible parenthood and family life. When to start a family, how to start a family, what are your duties and responsibilities to your family. It begins with courtship, dating, engagement, then marriage. Courtship is the period where a couple gets to know each other and decide if there will be an engagement or such agreement. Dating is a social activity which involves two or more people generally assessing each other's suitability for a potential relationship. The word date of a time and date of meeting. Dating is a form of courtship. The types of dating are standard date, double date, and group date. Engagement is the period of time between a marriage proposal and the marriage itself. According to the Family Code of the Philippines, marriage is a special contract of permanent union between a man and a woman entered into in accordance with law for the establishment of conjugal and family life. It is the foundation of the family and an inviolable social institution, meaning never to be broken, infringed, or dishonored. Choose your lifetime partner carefully, for he or she will either bring you happiness or misery. Walang may gusto ng misery, kaya advice lang, piliing maigi at kilalaning mabuti. That is the importance of courting, dating, and engagement. After marriage, here comes pregnancy and prenatal care. And of course, responsible parenthood. Take a look at the editorial sent data from the Philippine Statistics Authority. According to Population Commission, the Philippines has recorded a 7% increase in births among girls aged 15 and below in 2019. 2,411 girls considered as very young adolescents aged 10 to 14 gave birth or almost 7 every day. Huwag nating inormalize ang teenage pregnancy at sasabihin pa na feeling blessed ka kasi buntis ka. Buntis ka or magiging teen parent ka kasi you made poor decisions in life without considering the consequences of your actions. Ano ang ending? Ipapasa sa magulang ang responsibilidad kasi ikaw mismo hindi mo pa kayang itaguyod ang sarili. Ang ganitong sitwasyon ay posibleng magdudulot ng kahirapan. The primary responsibility of parents is to provide their children physical care, economic security, inculcating discipline, social competence, opportunities for education and self-development, training for responsible citizenship, and adulthood. Moving on to third quarter. The content standard for this quarter is to demonstrate understanding of principles in the prevention and control of communicable diseases for the attainment of individual wellness. As learners, you are expected to consistently demonstrate personal responsibility and healthful practices in the prevention and control of communicable diseases. Let us now answer activity number 4. Write true if the statement is correct and false if the statement is incorrect. Number 1. Pathogens are tiny microorganisms that infect or invade the body and attack body cells and tissues. The correct answer is true. Number 2. Diseases caused by the direct and indirect spread of pathogens from one person to another are called non-communicable diseases. The correct answer is false. Number 3. Coronavirus 2019, influenza, chickenpox, measles, and dengue are examples of communicable diseases. The correct answer is true. Number 4. The World Health Organization is the leading health organization in the world. The correct answer is true. Number 5. The Department of Education is an agency that raises awareness to the different communicable diseases. The correct answer is true. Kindly type your score in the comment box. Disease prevention and control is a very important health concern because it affects the quality of life. Communicable diseases not only threaten the sick person, but also his or her family and the society in general. Thus, protecting ourselves and our families from diseases is both personal and social responsibility. Communicable diseases are caused by pathogens, bacteria, virus, protozoa, fungi, and parasites. Examples of communicable diseases are COVID-19, HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, measles, and mumps. Communicable diseases can transfer from person to another by means of direct or indirect contact. There are 4 stages of infection: incubation, prodromal stage, clinical or illness stage, convalescent stage. This quarter, we also identified government agencies responsible for the prevention and control of communicable diseases: World Health Organization, Department of Health, and Food and Drugs Administration. For fourth quarter in health, content standards, the learner demonstrates understanding of factors that influence cigarette and alcohol use and strategies for prevention and control. As learners, you are expected to demonstrate personal responsibility in the prevention of cigarette and alcohol use through the promotion of a healthy lifestyle. We already answered review questions for gateway drugs in the first activity. To sum it up, gateway drugs are cigarette and alcohol. There are 3 smokes emitted in cigarette: mainstream smoke, second-hand smoke, and the third-hand smoke. Ethanol is also called the beverage alcohol. Examples are beer, wine, and spirits. Both cigarette smoking and excessive drinking have negative impact to one's health like cancer, high blood pressure, and cirrhosis. There you have it, the lessons in grade 8 health. For the final activity, write a short paragraph about the significant lessons you learned in health grade 8 and how are you going to apply this in life. The rubrics for scoring is as follows: advanced 90 to 100%, well-written and very organized, excellent grammar mechanics, and clear and concise statements, excellent effort and presentation with detail, demonstrate a thorough understanding of the topics, proficient 85 to 89%, writes fairly clear, good grammar mechanics, good presentation and organization, sufficient effort and details, approaching proficiency 80 to 84%, minimal effort, minimal grammar mechanics, fair presentation, few sorting details, and developing 75 to 79%, somewhat unclear, shows little effort, poor grammar mechanics, confusing and choppy, incomplete sentences, no organization of thoughts. To all listeners of DZTC 828, viewers of RTV Tarlac Channel 26, and Converge Cable Channel 100, I do hope that you completed answering your activity sheets. You may now submit your answer sheet to your respective MAPE teachers. Should you have questions and clarifications, feel free to ask your MAPE teacher via chat, text, or call. I am wishing and praying that this pandemic will end soon so we can enjoy school. Nakakamiss na ang tawanan, minsan may iyakan din. Ang kaingayan sa classroom, iyong turuan kung sino ang maglilinis at late sa flag ceremony. Alam ko, miss na din ninyo. Before I end my broadcast, my sincere gratitude to our supervisor in MAPE, Ma'am Dalan I. Roy, our principal, Sir Angel M. Villamin, my MAPE family at Victoria National High School headed by Ma'am Jane L. Luzon, also to Sir Deo, our school guidance counselor, thank you for the warm accommodation. To DZTC Technical Working Group, the ICT Group, and on behalf of the teacher broadcasters in health, Sir Jonathan Aquino, Ma'am Sheila Tayag, Ma'am Melanie Paet, Ma'am Juliana Razon, and Ma'am Erica Joy Cardona, maraming salamat sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng Project Shine. Being a teacher broadcaster is both an honor and privilege. I am happy to serve grade 8 learners of the Division of Tarlac Province. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Irish Linel C. Saure, signing out.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, and via Facebook Live, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Aloha, Grade 9! This is your language detective, Ma'am Mira. Together, let's investigate the universal language and see the world in a different perspective. This afternoon, you will be my co-detectives. So, get ready as we explore our fourth quarter Most Essential Learning Competency. Relay, value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions. Join me in targeting the following objectives. First, identify the parts and features of a reaction paper. Second, let's distinguish the sub-processes and writing an effective reaction paper. And lastly, we intend to write a reaction paper based on the given prompt. Stay tuned and be alert in gathering helpful clues for this case. In the last episode in English 9, you had an interesting discussion with Sir Jeremiah regarding summary language. Do you still remember the considerations in writing summary? Let's see. Join me in a simple recap through Activity 1 entitled You Complete Me. Supply the missing words in the following considerations in writing a summary. Here are your choices. First, supporting points, main idea, introductory sentence, original text, plagiarism, grammatical mistakes. Number 1. A summary should be 1/3 of the blank. If your answer is original text, you are correct. Next, start the summary with the blank that states the text title, author, main idea, or the subject. High five if your answer is introductory sentence. Number 3. The blank is the central or most important idea in a paragraph or passage. Excellent if your choice is main idea. Number 4. Write down the blank for the main topic, but do not include minor detail. Yes, you got it right. This pertains to the supporting points. Last number. To avoid blank, it is essential to properly paraphrase the author's ideas. Do not copy and paste parts of the article, not even just a sentence or two. The answer is plagiarism. Wow! For those who got 5 out of 5. If you got less than 3, well, you can watch again the video lesson on TarlakHenyo page. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. Make sure to jot down notes as you listen in our discussion. For today, we will explore the common academic task, not just in the English subject, but in all learning areas. You may have already encountered being asked by your teacher to read a book, or an article, or watch a TV show, or a film, and to write a paper regarding your response or reaction to that material. This is what we call reaction paper, also called as review, critic, or response paper. It is a popular task for learners like you because it requires thoughtful reading, research, and writing. It will require you to analyze a prompt, then develop a commentary related to it. The prompt can be a reading material, including stories, essays, and poem, or a form of media as either pictures, songs, movies, or video clips. The sub-processes in writing an effective reaction paper are these 3 stages. We have pre, free, and write. In the pre-writing stage, we need to accomplish the following tasks. Plan the content of your paper by making a draft. Read the material thoroughly research and analyze the given data, information, and/or opinions, and evaluate your stand and point of view about the given prompt. Let's proceed to free writing stage. Free write your reactions and evaluations of the author's ideas. Ready your gathered quotations and evidence that will support your thesis. Explain the greater implications of the text for the class, author, audience, or yourself. And lastly, eliminate unnecessary parts of your draft. Examine the criteria in rating your output. After accomplishing the stages for preparation and practice, we can now start the actual writing stage. Write your intro, body, and conclusion. Restate the words from the original text by paraphrasing, which means to express the meaning of the writer or speaker using different words, especially to achieve greater clarity. Improve by including the 5 C's of good writing: clarity, conciseness, coherence, correctness, and courtesy in your writing style. Transcribe the parts from the material. You may also use quotations in the summary, but do not rely on them too much. Use them only to emphasize your ideas. Don't forget to properly cite your references. Edit or proofread your paper for errors in grammar, mechanics, punctuation, word use, and spelling. In writing a response or reaction paper, you are expected to do 2 things: summarize the material and detail your reaction to it. A reaction paper consists of the same parts as argumentative text. Do you remember the IBC? Yes, that stands for intro, body, and conclusion. But this time, remember the following content of IBC. In writing the reaction paper, intro is for the summary of the work. Body, your reaction. Conclusion, it's your finale. In summarizing the work, do the following. First, identify the author and the title of the work, including, in the parentheses, the publisher and publication date. For magazine, give the date of publication. Write an informative summary of the material. Keep the summary objective and factual. Do not include the first paragraph, the paper of your personal reaction to the work. Your subjective impression will form as the basis for your second part. At the end of the introduction, you should write your thesis statement. This is the idea for which you created in the article. The thesis statement consists of 1 to 2 sentences. Now, for the meatiest part, let's consider the following. Start each body paragraph with a topic sentence, and then develop your thoughts further. This will remind the reader what your article is about, if he is thinking about something else. Select sources, quotes, real-life examples, and divide these arguments into 3 paragraphs. If you are using quotes from the original text, be careful to make sure that the phrases are accurately rephrased. Otherwise, you will be accused of plagiarism. To be specific, what are the things you need to put in your body? You can answer the following questions. First, how is the work related to problems in our present-day world. Communicate with your teacher to see if he or she wants to emphasize specific points. Number 2, how is the material related to your life, experiences, feelings, and ideas? For instance, what emotions did the work arouse in you? 3, did the work increase your understanding of a particular issue? Did it change your perspective in any way? You should also indicate here whether you would recommend the work to others and why. Here is the simple body structure: key idea, evidence, analysis, and transition. A conclusion is the last paragraph of your paper. In here, you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. Then, point in the evidence which you managed to collect. Do not write new information in the conclusion, as your conclusion will look incomplete. Advise the reader whether to pay attention to your subject that you were evaluating. Share what kind of aftertaste you have gained. Also, you can ask a rhetorical question at the end that will make the reader ponder over your words. Let's see if you have gained clues on how to write a reaction paper. In Activity 2 entitled Just Do It, write. Analyze the following statements and write do if it states a principle in writing a reaction paper. Otherwise, write don't. Let's start. Number 1. Before writing, read or watch the material thoroughly to understand the main point and context of the author or the speaker. The answer is do. Number 2. Summarize the text elaborately instead of analyzing the material presented. The answer is don't. Remember, summary is only for introduction, while in the body, it is important to give your analysis. 3. Draft an outline of ideas first before writing your reaction paper. Correct! We need to do a draft of your outline. 4. Include the title of the text or video in your introduction, together with its author or speaker, to start the focus of your paper. Yes, this is a must-do. 5. Mix variety of ideas and opinions in a single paragraph. Don't mix your ideas. Be coherent. Remember, use transitional words. 6. Support your explanation with examples and citations. Yes, do this. 7. Copy the exact words from the author or the speaker. Oh no! Don't copy the exact words. Always paraphrase and summarize. Next, use evidence that will support the stand of the speaker or author and disregard your arguments and opinions. Oops! Don't forget that your stand is important. Give your reactions. 9. Write a long and detailed reaction paper for at least 10 pages. Don't write too long. Be concise. 10. Proofread your reaction paper several times to check unnoticed language mistakes and content errors. Do this because the lesser the mistakes, the higher the grade. Now let's move on to Activity 3 entitled, Which Part Am I? Classify the following paragraphs of a reaction paper. Write I for intro, B for body, and C for conclusion. Number 1. Chris Columbus is precisely the director who truly believes in it and shoots on this principle. None of the films I watched disappointed me. Harry Potter is one of his best works. Number 2. J.K. Rowling has written a perfect piece for children of all ages, taking a particular focus on adolescents. The franchise is ranked number 1 on the most profitable film series with $7.7 billion in worldwide profit. Harry Potter is a living confirmation of the idea that success of a film does not depend in the director's fame, but on the attitude to the case to what he creates. 3. Columbus treated the book with due diligence and adequately transferred the images of all main characters and antagonists to the screen. Based on the book, he made a perfect film for the whole family to watch. 4. Harry Potter dragged us for a whole decade, and it will be reviewed by more than one generation of children many times because they believed and found a hero for their entire childhood. I recommend that you familiarize yourself with the book and the movie to get an incredible pleasure. Number 5. Besides, he supplemented the movie with good music. The soundtrack is almost everything for the film. The impression is made not only by the look and background, but also by the music. The sound effects in Harry Potter are perfectly combined. Let's check your answers. Number 1. B. 2. I. 3. B. 4 is C. And last number, that's B. Good job, everyone! For our activity 4, lights, camera, action! Listen thoroughly and analyze the text that I will read. Afterwards, write a reaction paper. You will present your output by making an advocacy video with a voiceover of your composition. Are you ready? Let's begin. In the 1940s, psychologists Kenneth and Mamie Clark designed and conducted a series of experiments known colloquially as the doll tests, to study the psychological effects of segregation on African American children. Drs. Clark used 4 dolls, identical except for color, to test children's racial perceptions. Their subjects, children between ages of 3 to 7, were asked to identify both the race of the dolls and which color they prefer. A majority of the children preferred the white doll and assigned positive characteristics to it. The Clarks concluded that prejudice, discrimination, and segregation created a feeling of inferiority among African American children, and it damaged their self-esteem. The doll test was only one part of Dr. Clark's testimony in Brown versus Ford. it did not constitute the largest portion of his analysis and expert report. His conclusions during his testimony were based on a comprehensive analysis of this most cutting-edge psychology scholarship of the period. You may also watch the video Gull Test: The Effects of Racism on Children by fanpage.it. Remember to target the presented criteria in evaluating your work. Contact your subject teachers regarding the submission of your advocacy video. If you feel that you would like to watch this video lesson again, please do so. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask your English teachers. They are more willing to assist you. Before we end this session, allow me to share this quotation from Charles R. Swindoll. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. This has been a fun learning experience. I am grateful that I have you today. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Once again, this is Ma'am Mira of Cristo Rey High School, your English 9 teacher broadcaster. Leaving you with this, let's see the world in a beautiful perspective. Stay safe and may God bless us all.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTC 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakakalikasan at makabansa. Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginoong Brido R. Pedroche, broadcasting live mula dito sa Bilad High School, Kamiling, Tarlac. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa araw na ito. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at nakikinig ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa punto ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-8 linggo sa ika-4 na markahan na may pamagat na ugnayan at patakaran panlabas na nakatutulong sa Pilipinas. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksa ngayong araw ay ang kalakalang panlabas ng Pilipinas. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakarang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay. Kalakalang panloob. tumutukoy sa pagpapalitan at pamamahagi ng mga produkto at serbisyo sa loob ng bansa. Ito ang naging daan upang ang mga produkto ng isang lugar ay makarating sa iba't ibang lugar. Wholesalers, kinabibilangan ng mga brokers at jobbers na bumibili ng mga produkto sa maramihan at bultuhan at kanilang pinagbibili sa mga tindera ng tingian. Retailers, tuwirang nagbibili ng produkto ng tingian sa mga consumer. Middlemen, sila ang nagiging daan upang maipamahagi ng maayos ang mga produkto sa loob ng bansa. Kalakalang panlabas, pagkikipagpalitan ng produkto at serbisyo ng isang bansa sa ibang bansa. Ang ating bansa ay kumikita rin sa tulong ng kalakalang panlabas. Nagkakaroon ng pamilihan ng ating produkto sa labas ng bansa. Ang kalakalang pandaigdig ay nagaganap dahil sa ilang salik. May dalawang prinsipyo ito. Una, pahambing na kalamangan o comparative advantage. Makabubuti sa isang bansa na lumikha ng produkto kung saan matatamo nito ang higit na kapakinabangan at umaangkat na lamang ng produkto na kailangan ng bansa na mas mura kaysa lumikha nito. Ikalawa, prinsipyo ng lubos na kalamangan o absolute advantage. Isinasaad ng prinsipyong ito na ang isang bansa ay nagpakadalubhasa sa paglikha ng mga produkto na magdudulot sa kanila ng pinakamalaking kita dahil mas mura ang paggawa ng ito kumpara sa paglikha ng ibang produkto. At ngayon, sa aking palagay, ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan sa pagtatapos ng talakayan na ito ay inyong masusuri ang pang-ekonomikong ugnayan at patakarang panlabas na nakatutulong sa Pilipinas. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aral sa ikasyam na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa, ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang Brido R. Pedroce o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0968-214-5973. Ulitin ko ang numerong maaari ninyong tawagan, 0968-214-5973. Sa puntong ito ay sukatin muna natin ang inyong paunang kaalaman ukol sa ating paksa. Handa na ba kayo? Ayusin ang mga titik upang mabubuo ang mga bansang kabilang sa APEC. Una, A, B, A, N, K. Kung ang sagot mo ay Japan, tama ka. Ikalawa, S, I, A, L, Y, M, A. Ang tamang sagot, Malaysia. Ikatlo, A, C, N, D. Kung ang sagot natin ay Canada, tama ka. Ikaapat, R, E, P, O, N, G, A, S, I. Ang tamang sagot, Singapore. At ang ikalima, N, A, M, T, E, I, V. Ang tamang sagot, Vietnam. Ang ugnay ng bansang Pilipinas sa larangan ng kalakalan ay mayabong na din bago pa man dumating ang mga Kastila sa Pilipinas. Tayo ay nakikipagkalakalan na sa mga karatig bansa, kagaya ng Chino, Arabo at mga Hapones. Ayon sa Oxford Dictionary of Economics, ang kalakalang panlabas ay tumutukoy sa pagpapalitan ng mga produkto at serbisyo ng mga bansa. Ang pangunahing layunin nito ay matugunan ang pangailangan ng bansa. Ang kalakalang panlabas ng Pilipinas upang maunawan ang takbo ng kalakalang panlabas ng isang bansa ay sinusuri ang tinatawag nating balance of payment. Ang balance of payment ang nagpapakita ng talaan ng transaksyon ng ibang bansa sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. Ito ang nagsisilbing sukatan ng pandaigdigang gawaing pang-ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Samantala, ang balance of payment naman ay makukuha sa pamamagitan ng pagbabawas ng halaga ng kalakal na inaangkat sa halaga ng kalakal na iniluluwas. Ang pagkakaroon ng ugnay ng mga bansa sa daigdig ay mas higit na pinagbubuti sa pamamagitan ng kalakalang panlabas. Ito ay nagsisilbing pamamaraan upang ang bawat bansa ay magkaroon ng ugnayang internasyonal kasabay ng mabilisang pagbabago sa lahat ng aspekto ng pamumuhay ng tao. Maging ito ay sa sistema ng edukasyon, komunikasyon, transportasyon, teknolohiya, at maging sa industrialisasyon. Sa kasalukuyan panahon, higit na akma ang kasabihang walang sinuman ang nabubuhay para sa sarili lamang. O sa wikang English, ang kasabihang no man is an island. Kaugnay nito sa kasalukuyang panahon, ang pagkikipagkalakalan ay higit na ginawang sistematiko. Ito ay naging ganap sa pamamagitan ng pagtatatag ng mga samang pandaigdig o international organization na naglalayong palawakin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa larangan ng kalakalang panlabas. Ilan sa mga samahang pandaigdigang pang-ekonomiko na kabilang ang ating bansa ay ang sumusunod. Una, World Trade Organization o WTO. Ito ay kinikilala bilang samahang namamahala sa pandaigdigang patakaran ng sistema ng kalakalan o Global Trading System sa pagitan ng mga kasaping estado o member states. Ito ay nabuo noong January 1, 1995. Ito ay ang naging kapalit ng GATT o General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. Ang punong himpilan ng WTO ay matatagpuan sa Geneva, Switzerland. Ang mga pangunahing misyon ng World Trade Organization ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, pagsusulong ng isang maayos at malayang kalakalan sa pamamagitan ng pagpapababa sa mahadlang sa kalakalan o trade barriers. Ikalawa, pagkakaloob ng mga plataforma para sa negosasyon at nakahandang magbigay tulong teknikal at pagsasanay para sa mga papaunlad na bansa o developing countries. Ikatlo, mamamagitan sa mga pagtatalo ng mga kasaping bansa kaugnay sa mga patakaran o magpataw ng trade sanction laban sa isang kasapi, hindi umaayon sa desisyon o pasya ng samahan. Ang pagiging kasapi ng Pilipinas sa World Trade Organization ay isang malaking bagay upang magkaroon ng maayos at mabilis na pagkikipag-ugnayan ang ating bansa sa iba pang kasaping na naturang samahan. Ito ay magdudulot sa ating bansa ng maayos na takbo ng sistema ng kalakalang panlabas at nakatutulong upang magkaroon ng mababang taripa o buwis sa produktong ating niluluwas sa mga bansang kasapi nito. Ikalawa, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperations or APEC. Ito ay isang samahang may layuning isulong ang kaunlarang pang-ekonomiya at katiwasayan sa rehiyong Asia-Pacific. Kaugnay na rin ng pagpapalakas sa mga bansa at pamayanan nito. Ang kauna-unahang APEC lead Washington, D.C. sa panguna ng dating Pangulo ng Estados Unidos na si Bill Clinton, na kung saan ay nananawagan ng mga pinuno ng bansa upang bawasan ang mga hadlang sa kalakalan at pamumuhunan, lipa at kota. Ilan sa mga programa nito ay ang liberalisasyon, puhunan, pagpapabilis at pagpapadali ng pagninegosyo, pagtutulungang pang-ekonomiya at teknikal. Ikatlo, ASEAN Nation. Ang samahan nito ay naglalayong paularin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. Matapos mabigo ang pagkakatatag ng Association of Southeast Asia, ito ay nagbigay daan para masimulan ang Association of Southeast Asian Nations noong August 8, 1967. Ang samang ito ay naglalayong paunlarin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. Ito ay binuo ng mga bansang Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas, Singapore, at Thailand na kinilala bilang mga founding countries sa bisa ng dokumentong tinawag na Bangkok Declaration. Sa kasalukuyan ay ito ay binuo ng 10 bansa kasama ang Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar at Vietnam. Ang kalakalang panlabas ng Pilipinas, kahalagahan, mga patakaran at programa. Liberalisasyon sa sektor ng pagbabangko o ang Republic Act 7721. Ito ay sinabatas upang mapalawak ang operasyon ng mga dayuhang bangko sa pamamagitan ng pagtatayo ng mga sangay nito. Ikalawa, Foreign Trade Service Corps. Ito ay ang ahensyang naglulunsad ng iba't ibang estratehiya ng pamilihan upang lubusang makilala at mapatanyag ang produktong gawa ng sariling bansa. Trade and Industry Information Center. Ito ang nangangasiwa sa operasyon ng Bureau Research Center na nagpapalaganap ng mga datos, statistics, impormasyon tungkol sa ekonomiya, kalakalan, industriya, pamahalaan at kapakanan ng mamimili. Center for Industrial Competitiveness. Naglulunsad ng mga programang magtataas sa antas o kalidad at produktibidad ng mga manggagawa upang sila ay maging kompetitibo sa pantaydigang pamilihan ng manggagawa, produkto at serbisyo. Kahalagahan ng kalakalang panlabas. Dumarami ang mga uri ng produkto o serbisyong maaaring pamilihan o tangkilikin ng mga tao upang matugunan ang kanilang mga kagustuhan at pangailangan. Ikalawa, mas pinaghuhusay o pinaangat nito ang antas ng produksyon upang mas maging mahusay ang kalidad ng mga produkto. Ikatlo, ang mga produkto ng mga bansa gaya na lamang ng Pilipinas ay nabibigyan ng pagkakataong makilala at tangkilikin sa ibang bansa. Dulot sa husay at nagiging pagkakakilanlan din ng ating bansa. Ika-4, ang kalakalang panlabas ay nakakatulong upang mas maging matibay ang ugnayan o relasyon ng mga bansa at maging episyente ang pamilihan para sa mga produkto at serbisyo. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa kalakalang panloob at kalakalang panlabas. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo talaga nakinig, at naunawa ng ating talakayan ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan at patungkol sa kalakayan panloob at kalakayan panlabas. Ngayon, ang tanong. Una, ito ay tumutukoy sa pagluluwas ng mga produkto o serbisyo sa pandaigdigang pamilihan. A. Kalakalang panlabas. B. Barter. C. Import. D. Export. Kung ang inyong sagot ay D, kayo ay tama. Ikalawa, ito ay kinikilala bilang samang namamahala sa pandaigdigang patakaran ng sistema ng kalakalan o global trading system sa pagitan ng mga kasabing estado o member states. A. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation or APEC. B. Association of Southeast Asian Nations or ASEAN. C. World Trade Organization o WTO. D. World Health Organization o WHO. Ang tamang sagot, letter C. Ikatlong tanong, pagtutulong pang-ekonomiya at teknikal ang isa. Layunin nito. A. World Trade Organization. B. General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade. C. Executive Council. D. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. Kung ang inyong sagot ay D, binabati ko kayo. Ikaapat, ang samahang ito ay naglalayong paunlarin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. A. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. B. Association of Southeast Asian Nations. C. Executive Council. D. World Trade Organization. Kung ang inyong sagot ay B, kayo ay tama. Panglima, paano mauunawaan ang takbo ng kalakalang panlabas ng isang bansa? A. Sa pamamagitan ng pagsukat ng import at export ng bansa. B. Sa pamamagitan ng pagsuri sa tinatawag nating balance of payment. C. Sa pamamagitan ng malayang kalakalan. D. Sa pamamagitan ng pagtaas ng kita. Ang tamang sagot ay C. At dito nagtatapos ang ating pag-aaral sa Araling Panlipunan, Grade 9 Economics. Binabati ko kayo dahil natapos na ninyo ang 23 aralin na nakaangklas sa ating MELC or MELC. Naway naging makabuluhan ang inyong pag-aaral sa ating isignatura at maging baon ang mga kaalaman na ito bilang isang mabuti at responsabling mamamayan ng ating bansa. Isang paalala, maaaring ipasa ang nasagutang module at LAS sa inyong paaralan sa itatagdang pagsauli ng mga ito. At dahil tayo pa rin ay nasa ilalim ng pandemya, huwag kalilimutan ang inyong face mask, vaccination cards sa inyong paglabas at syempre ang ibayong pag-iingat pa din. Muli ako inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginoong Brido R. Pedroche. Mula dito sa Bilad High School na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
We traveled to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic Track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood Track. 3. Arts and Design Track. At 4. Sports Track. Mahalagang tandaan na hindi lahat ng paaralan ay kumpleto ng lahat ng tracks at strands. Kailangang suriing mabuti ng mga magulang at mag-aaral kung anong track o strand ang mayroon sa kanilang lugar na naaayon sa iba't ibang konsiderasyon gaya ng hilig, interes, kakayahan na mag-aaral at marami pang iba. Makipag-ugnayan sa pinakamalapit na senior high school sa inyong lugar upang malaman ang kanilang ino-offer na tracks at strands. Upang matulungan ng mga mag-aaral na maunawaan ang pagpaplano sa kanilang hinaharap, ang Department of Education ay naglunsad ng Homeroom Guidance, kung saan nakapaloob ang Career Development Domain. Tumutulong itong mahubog ang mga mahalagang kaalaman, kasanayan, pag-uugali at pagbubuo ng mga plano at desisyon para sa kanilang buhay. Kung kayo ay may mga katanungan o paglilinaw tungkol sa senior high school tracks and strands, maaari kayong makipag-ugnayan sa inyong career guidance advocate o guidance counselor. Hangad namin ang inyong tagumpay.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, na ibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam niyo na! Yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
Good day, grade 9 students. In these exceptional times, while coping with this global pandemic, learning will continue and quality education must be delivered. I am grateful that you are watching and listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am RNM Tabulina, your teacher broadcaster in TLE, Electrical Installation and Maintenance Grade 9. Broadcasting live at La Paz, Tarlac, this is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. A pleasant day to all, and most especially to our student listeners. I am grateful that despite the effects of this COVID-19 pandemic in our lives, you are still willing to learn. And to our dear parents and guardians, we would like to thank you for your tireless support. Now, dear students, are you ready for our new lesson for today? But before we start, Please make it sure that you are in the most comfortable place, away from any distraction. Check your connection as well as your speakers or headset so that you can hear me loud and clear. And of course, don't forget to prepare your ballpen, paper, and compendium of notes in EIM 9. If you have any question about our lesson, feel free to ask using our comment section. After going through this module, you are expected to, number 1, identify the types of signal and alarm system. Number 2, discuss the importance of installing signal and alarm system. Or number 3, lay out and install signal and alarm system with lighting fixtures. And for number 4, observe safety measures while doing the activity. Today, we will focus our discussion on industrial arts, electrical installation and maintenance. Our topic is all about types of signal and alarm system. Are you ready to listen, my dear students? But before we proceed to our new topic, let's start by reviewing our past lesson, which is all about the GFCI. Can you still remember what the meaning of GFCI and its purpose? Yes, very good. GFCI stands for Ground Fault Circuit Interrupter, and it's used against shock and electrocution. GFCI passing through the device and returning through the device or a leak of current from the circuit. About the 3 types of ground fault circuit interrupters. Can you name them? Yes, you are right. The 3 types of GFCIs are: first, we have the GFCI outlet. It is like a standard electrical outlet and protects any appliance plugged into it. And the GFCI outlet can also be wired to protect other outlets that are connected to it. Next, we have the GFCI circuit breaker. It controls and protects an entire circuit, and it is installed as a replacement for a standard circuit breaker in a home's main circuit board. And lastly, we have the portable GFCI. It is simply an extension cord combined with a GFCI. Great job, my dear students. And now, prepare yourself for another lesson. Let's begin. Open your compendium of notes in TBE EIM 9 on page 14. Our lesson for today is all about the types of signal and alarm system. Before I proceed, my dear students, with our topic for today, allow me to ask this remarkable question. What is the importance of installing signal and alarm system into our house or establishment? Yes, you are right. The importance and purpose of installing signal and alarm system is to let the user and the appropriate authorities know whenever there is an emergency. This includes an intrusion, fire, environmental problem, or medical crisis. An alarm device is a mechanism that gives an audible, visual, or other kind of alarm signal to alert people to a problem or condition that requires urgent attention. One of the main benefits of having an alarm system is to protect valuable belongings. Here are the different types of signal and alarm system. First, we have the electric bell. It is an alarm that produces an audible alarm tone when electrical energy is applied. For our trivia, did you know that electric bells have been widely used for railroad crossings, telephones, fire, as a school bells, doorbells, and alarm in industrial plants since the late 1800s? But they are now being widely replaced by electronic sounders. Isn't it that amazing, my dear students? For the parts of electric bell, it consists of 4 parts. The first part is the electromagnet. It is a magnetic wire. Around the insulated soft iron bolt, it produces a strong magnetic attraction. Second, the hammer or beater. It is also called striker. This is a small ball attached to the armature which strikes the gong. Next, we have the gong bell. It is a concave disc that produces loud sound when struck by the hammer. And for number 4, is the adjustable contacts. It serves as the contact switch with the spring. The next type of signal and alarm system is the buzzer. A buzzer is an alarming device that produces a buzzing sound, which is caused by the rapid vibration of armature. The sound of buzzer is not loud as bell, considering the structure that bell has gong, while buzzer has a thin metal that produces sound, but they operate in the same principles. Buzzer has main 2 parts, namely, number 1, electromagnet. The function of electromagnet is to attract and repels thin metal sheet which move rapidly back and forth. And number 2, metal strip. It is a thin sheet of electromagnetic materials which vibrates when electromagnet is energized and produces a buzzing sound. Signal and alarm are just like installing lighting circuit, which involve switch or push button, signal equipment, and conductors. The signal and alarm system may come in remote control, automatic, or manual in nature. These devices includes the buzzer, the bell, the signal light, and the like. The conductor of this system uses a small wire commonly numbered 18 or 16 copper wires, solid or stranded. Next, we have the burglar alarm system. Push-button devices are installed on door, walls, windows, floor mat, and some strategic places where the burglars intruders are likely to pass. And it has 2 types. For number 1, the open circuit alarm system. In this system, the circuit switches are installed on doors, window switches that automatically open and close as soon as the door or window is forced to open, causing the bell to ring. And number 2, the closed circuit burglar alarm. The closed circuit burglar alarm system operates the same way as the open type system. The only difference is the position of the switch and the use of relay. You have a few options when it comes to deciding on what an alarm system to protect your home or business. When making your decision, be sure weigh the option and pick the alarm system with benefits that align with your unique needs. But nowadays, CCTV camera was also installed for security. A CCTV is an excellent way to keep your home and its perimeter more secure. Whether you want to see what is happening into your house. So what is a CCTV system? A CCTV or closed circuit television is the use of video cameras that transmit signal to a specific place on a limited set of monitors. Cameras and monitors enable you to view live events and record archived footages for later reference. The following are the components of CCTV. Number 1, DVR or Digital Video Recorder. Number 2, Security Cameras. Number 3, Monitor. Number 4, Power Supply. And for number 5, CCTV Accessories. There you have it, my dear students. Those are the types of signal and alarm system. Dear students, right now you will be watching a video demonstration about the step-by-step on how to install one valve controlled by one gang switch with buzzer. Watch carefully and list down all the procedures being discussed in the video lesson.
Good day, grade and learners. Today, I'm going to demonstrate about the step-by-step on how to install
one valve controlled by one ground switch with buzzer. So here are the following procedures. For number one, prepare the necessary tools, materials, and equipment. For number two, read, interpret the schematic diagram. Number three, wear appropriate PPEs. And for number four, lay out and measure the position of electrical materials based on the given schematic diagram. Based on our video lesson, we have learned and understand on how to lay out and install electrical lighting fixtures with buzzer properly. Always remember, my dear students, while we are doing our electrical wirings activities inside and outside our laboratories or shop areas, always follow the proper procedures. Don't forget your job plan or wiring diagram, because this will serve as your guide to avoid accidents and for you to have a better output. There you have it, my dear students. We are done with our lesson for today. To wrap up our discussion, a while ago we have discussed the different types of signal and alarm system, which are electric bell, the buzzer, burglar alarm wiring, components of CCTV, and also how to install and lay out lighting fixtures with buzzer. For the continuation of our discussion, let's now have an activity to test what you have learned. Get a sheet of paper to measure your understanding on the topic we have discussed. It is a multiple choice. Select the correct answer. I will read the question once, so listen very carefully. For number 1, it is an alarm that produces an audible alarm tone when electrical energy is supplied. Is it letter A, electric bell, letter B, electrical plan, letter C, buzzer, or letter D, CCTV? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. For number 2 question, it is an alarming device that produces a buzzing sound, which is caused by the rapid vibration of armature. Is it letter A, electromagnet, letter B, buzzer, or letter C, monitor, or letter D, DVR? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. Next, question number 3. It is the recommended size of wire used for signal and alarm system. Letter A, wire number 18 or 16. Letter B, wire number 12. Letter C, wire number 10. Or letter D, wire number 8. I'll give you a few seconds to answer. And for number 4 question, it is a small ball attached to the armature which strikes the gong. What part of the electric bell is this? Is it A, mouse, letter B, connector, letter C, hammer, or letter D, CCTV? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. And for our last question, number 5, it is the purpose of using the signal and alarm system. Letter A, to scare an intruder. Letter B, alerting occupants. Letter C, managing risk. Or letter D, all of the above. I'll give you a few seconds to answer. All right. Are you ready to check your answers, my dear learners? Here we go. Here are the answers. Number 1 is letter A, electric bell. For number 2, it's letter B, buzzer. For number 3, it's letter A, wire number 18 or 16. And for number 4, it's letter C, hammer or beater. For number 5, it's letter D, all of the above. Okay, count your correct answers. For those who get a perfect score, job well done. And for those who did not get a perfect score, don't worry. At least you tried your best. Now, let's proceed to our performance task. For your activity for today, you're going to install and lay out lighting fixtures with buzzer based on the lesson that we have discussed earlier. Take note, my dear students, when you are ready to perform your task, you may ask the assistance of your guardians or parents to observe you while you are doing your activity to avoid any unnecessary incidents. You are going to document your performance using videos or pictures. You may send your output to my Gmail account at arentabulina02@gmail.com. You may also send your performance to our messenger group chat. I will check your output based on the given rubrics, here as follows. For accuracy, you will have 40 points, quality 30 points, method 20 points, and the remaining 10 points is for the speed, for a total of 100 points. All right, that ends our session for this day. Thank you, dear students, for participating and actively listening. If you have some questions and clarification, just text me through my number 0938-6973-768. Again, it's 0938-6973-768. I hope you enjoyed our on-air live discussion about electrical installation and maintenance. It has been a great day serving you all. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Nancy C. De La Rosa, our Education Program Supervisor in TLE, and to our ever-supportive Principal of La Paz National High School, Sir Alexander R. Amigo, and of course, to the TVE Department Head Teacher 3, Madam Meros P. Garcia. Maraming salamat po. Again, I am Teacher R.N.M. Tabulina, your Grade 9 TLE anchor for today. Saying, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam nyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Heads up grade 9 learners from all over the school division of Tarlac province. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Isadale C. Gargasin, who will be with you in the 25 minutes of informative and educational broadcasts about our lesson for Health Grade 9 for the fourth quarter. I would like also to welcome all the listeners, especially to all the students, our dear supportive parents, and valuable stakeholders that this radio and TV broadcast may reach. Time check, ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly 4:30 in the afternoon. And you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac via remote live broadcast from Santa Crista, Tarlac City. At the end of the lesson, here are the most essential learning competencies. First, identifies protective factors related to intentional injuries. Second, demonstrates ways to prevent and control intentional injuries. Last episode, we discussed about peers. And under peers, we have bullying, stalking, and extortion. Bullying is unwanted, aggressive behavior. The behavior is repeated or can be repeated over time. You also learn about the classification of bullying. Classification of bullying. First, we have verbal bullying. Is saying or writing mean and nasty things like teasing, name-calling, making inappropriate sexual comments, taunting, and threatening to cause harm. Social bullying is sometimes referred to as relational bullying, hurting someone's reputation or relationship, telling other children not to be friends with someone, spreading rumors about someone, embarrassing someone in public. Next is physical bullying. Is hurting a person's body or destroying his or her possessions by means of hitting, kicking, pinching, spitting, tripping, or even pushing, taking or breaking someone's things, making mean or rude hand gestures. Cyberbullying is a verbal and social bullying done through use of technology and electronic means, using social media, using mobile devices, using electronic means. Aside from bullying, we still have two categories of peer influences. Stalking is a pattern of behavior that makes you feel afraid, nervous, harassed, or in danger. It is also a crime of engaging in a course of conduct directed at a person that serves no legitimate purpose. Extortion is the act of using force or threats to force people to hand over their money and properties on favor. It is also a crime of obtaining something from someone, especially money, by using force or threats. Moving on, get ready as we go along our way to discover the injury prevention, safety, and first aid, or what we call intentional injuries. Other groups of intentional injuries. Before we start, I just want to make some important reminders before listening to our broadcast. Make sure that you are in a quiet place, relaxed, and comfortable place when listening. Make sure that you have a copy of your module, compendium of notes, last, or learning activity sheet to better understand our lesson for today. For your pre-assessment, let me see who among you learners have an advanced idea about our lesson. Bring out your activity sheet and let us answer activity 1. Here is the direction. Write your answer on the space provided before the number. Choose the correct answer on the box provided below. We have gang, kidnapping and abduction, illegal paternity-related violence, acts of terror, and state terrorism. Number 1 is defined as relatively tough, mostly street-based group of young people who regard themselves and may be seen by others as a group that engages in a range of criminal activity and violence. Number 2, it is the use of violence for political goals and putting the public or a great number of people in fear. Number 3 is a group of people with similar backgrounds, occupations, interests, or tastes. Item number 4 is a taking away or forcefully moving a person against his or her will and holding him or her in unjust captivity. The act is usually for a motive like getting a monetary reward or a ransom or getting a sort of benefit from the person to their family. And last number 5, refers to the acts of terrorism which the state conducts against another state or against own citizenship. All right, my dear learners, let us check your answer. For the item number 1, the answer is gang. Number 2, acts of terror. Number 3, illegal fraternity or related violence. Number 4, kidnapping and abduction. And the last item, number 5, the word is state terrorism. Did you get all the correct answer? Who among you get the perfect score? You're awesome. Who among you got 4? Very good. And if you get 3, 2, and 1, don't worry. We still have another activity to get a high score. Our lesson for today is the continuation of intentional injuries. But before we proceed to the exciting part, let us recall first what is intentional injuries. The term intentional is used to refer to injuries resulting from purposely human action, whether directed at oneself or others. Intentional injuries include self-inflicted and interpersonal acts of violence intended to cause harm. These include domestic violence, sexual assault, homicide, and suicide. Another example of intentional injuries are gang and youth violence. It's defined as relatively tough, mostly street-based, group of young people who regard themselves and may be seen by others as a group that engages in a range of criminal activity and violence. Illegal fraternity or related violence is a group of people with similar backgrounds, occupations, interests, or faiths. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Filipino, Tarlac. To continue, let us now study the other example of intentional injuries. Kidnapping and abduction is taking away or forcefully moving a person against his or her will and holding him or her in unjust captivity. The act is usually done for a motive like getting a monetary reward, ransom, or getting some sort of benefit from the person to their family. Acts of terror or terrorism is the use of violence for political goals and putting the public or a great number of people in fear and danger. Categories of terrorism. State terrorism refers to act of terrorism which a state conducts against another state or against its own citizens. Bioterrorism is the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, or other germs that can sicken or kill people, livestock, or crops. Bacillus anthracis is the bacteria that causes anthrax. Is one of the most likely agents to be used in a biological attack. Cyberterrorism is the convergence of cyberspace and terrorism. It refers to unlawful attacks and threats or attacks against computers, networks, and the information stored to intimidate or coerce a government or its people in furtherance or political or social objectives. Ecoterrorism, sabotage intended to hinder activities that are considered damaging to the environment. Aside from the 4 categories of terrorism, we still have 2 categories. Nuclear terrorism refers to any person or persons detonating a nuclear weapons as an act of terrorism. Some definitions of nuclear terrorism include the sabotage of nuclear facility and or the detonation of radiological device, colloquially termed as dirty bomb, but consensus is lacking. Narco-terrorism, in its original context, is understood to refer to the attempts of narcotic traffickers to influence the policies of a government or a society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug tests by the systematic threat of use of such violence. Another example of institutional injuries is verbal abuse. It's a form of cruelty that involves the use of words. These words are used to attack, control, and cause harm on another person. Characteristic of verbal abuse. First, verbal abuse is hurtful. Verbal abuse may be obvious through angry outbursts and name calling. Verbal abuse is controlling. Verbal abuse is dangerous. Verbal abuse is fickle. Verbal abuse is usually worsened, increase of strength, regularity, and assortment. Sexual abuse, incest, is a sexual contract between persons who are closely that marriage between them is considered illegal. Molestation is a sexual abuse of a person, whether a child or adult, or sexual pleasure or for profit. Unwanted or improper sexual advances activity. Fondling, to handle, stroke, or caress lovingly or erotically. Mutual masturbation, two people touching each other's sexual organs for pleasure. Sodomy, sexual intercourse that involves inserting of the penis on the person into the anus of another person. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. To continue with the next unwanted or improper sexual advances or activity is coitus. Sexual intercourse between a male and a female involving the insertion of the penis into the vagina. Child pornography. Explicit portrayal or children as a sexual subject matter for purpose of sexual arousal. Aside from the other improper sexual advances or activity, we still have another one that is child prostitution. Refers to children who get paid to have sex. I hope that I have given the enough information and knowledge about our lesson today. Are you still with me, guys? Very good. So to have a short wrap-up of the lesson, can you give me the salient points in the lesson that you remember? I can see that you are very active in posting your answers via live stream and group chat. Children have the right to be protected from being hurt and mistreated, physically or mentally. Government should ensure that children are properly cared for and protect them from violence, abuse, and neglection from their parents or anyone else who looks after them. In terms of discipline, the convention does not specify that forms of punishment parents should use. However, any form of discipline involving violence is unacceptable. These are ways to discipline children and are effective in helping children learn about family and social expectations for their behavior. Ones that are non-violent are appropriate to the child's level of development and take the best interest the children into consideration. All right, for your activity, bring out your learner activity sheet and let us see how much you've learned from our discussion today. You will answer activity 2. Here is the direction. I will read the question and choices, and all you must do is to write the letter of your answer on the space provided before the number. Are you ready, learners? For number 1, refers to acts of terrorism which state conducts against another state or against its own citizen. I'll repeat the question. Refers to acts of terrorism which state conducts against another state or against its own citizens. A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. Number 2 is the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, of other germs that can sicken people, livestock, or crops. I'll repeat the question. Is the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, or other germs that can sicken people, livestock, or crops? A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. Number 3 is the use of internet to conduct violent acts that result in or threaten the loss of life or significantly bodily harm to achieve political or ideological gains through threats or intimidation. I repeat again the question. Is the use of the internet to conduct violent acts result in or threaten the loss of life or significantly bodily harm to achieve political or ideological gains to threat or intimidation? A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. For number 4, refers to any person or persons detonating a nuclear weapon as an act of terrorism. Some definition include the sabotage of nuclear facility and or the denotation of a radiological device, colloquially termed a dirty bomb, but consensus is lacking. I'll repeat again the question. Refers to any person or persons detonating a nuclear weapon as an act of terrorism. Some definitions of this include the sabotage of nuclear facility and or the denotation of radiological device, colloquially termed a dirty bomb, but consensus is lacking. A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. Okay, for the last number 5. In its original context, is understood to refer to the attempts of narcotics traffickers to influence the policies of the government and society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systematic threats of use of violence. I'll repeat again the question. In its original context, is understood to refer to the attempts of narcotics traffickers to implement the policies of a government, of a society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systematic threat or use of such violence. A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D. Narco-terrorism. All right. You feel excited to know your score? Okay. And now, let us check your answer. Item number 1, the answer is B. Number 2, A. Number 3, D. Number 4, C. And for the item number 5, D. Did you get all the correct answers? For those who get the perfect score, good job. And who among you get 4? You're great. And who among you get 3? Very good. And who among you got 2 and 1? Don't worry, you're still doing good. Okay, for your assignment, make an advanced reading on your next topic about the rights of a child. The exciting and fun lesson will be discussed on your next airing. For questions and clarifications, do not hesitate to ask assistance from your MAPE teacher. Or just send me a message via Facebook Messenger account, Isadale Cores Magragasin. Once again, this has been your teacher Isa saying that the best investment you've ever made is your own health. God bless everyone.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Mahalagang tandaan na hindi lahat ng paaralan ay kumpleto ng lahat ng tracks at strands. Kailangang suriing mabuti ng mga magulang at mag-aaral kung anong track o strand ang mayroon sa kanilang lugar na naaayon sa iba't ibang konsiderasyon gaya ng hilig, interes, kakayahan ng mag-aaral at marami pang iba. Makipag-ugnayan sa pinakamalapit na senior high school sa inyong lugar upang malaman ang kanilang ino-offer na tracks at strands. Upang matulungan ng mga mag-aaral na maunawaan ang pagpaplano sa kanilang hinaharap, ang Department of Education ay naglunsad ng Homeroom Guidance, kung saan nakapaloob ang Career Development Domain. Tumutulong itong mahubog ang mga mahalagang kaalaman, kasanayan, pag-uugali at pagbubuo ng mga plano at desisyon para sa kanilang buhay. Kung kayo ay may mga katanungan o paglilinaw tungkol sa senior high school tracks and strands, maaari kayong makipag-ugnayan sa inyong career guidance advocate o guidance counselor. Hangad namin ang inyong tagumpay.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Kayo ay nananatiling nakasubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo at dahil ngayon ay araw ng Huwebes, ganap na alas 5 ng hapon, welcome sa isa na namang segment ng Health Hour kung saan usapang pangkalusugan ang talakayan. Ito po ang inyong Nurse Jewel ng School Health Unit na bumabati ng isang malusog na araw mga ka-aral. Naku, yung mga pauwi pa lang ho, make sure na may dala kayong panangga sa ulan dahil dito sa Tarlac City ay naulan na, nabuhos na. At for sure, di ba, halos lahat ng ating mga guro, yung ating mga working parents, titos and titas, lolos and lolas ay pauwi na nga ho sa mga oras na ito. At malamang, isa sa mga iniisip nila ngayon, ano kaya ang aking ihahain mamaya sa hapunan? Siyempre, marami tayong options, Bibili kaya ng lechon manok sa may kanto? O kaya naman ay magte-take out ng crispy sisig o sinigang na liempo. Naulan, masarap ang mainit na sinigang na liempo na may nanginginig pang bahagi ng taba. Ay talaga naman po. Ito pong mga nabanggit ni Nurse Jewel na ito ay napakahirap tanggihan. Lalo't mainit na kanin ay nandyan at samahan mo pa ng sausawan, Huwag nating kalimutan ang malamig na soda o kaya naman yung mga itinitimpla na juice na meron tayo dyan. I'm sure pina-flash po ng ating technical team ang mga pictures na napakasarap na mga yan. Ayan, pati ako mga ka-aral, ako mismo natatakam sa mga sandaling ito. Unang tanong mga ka-aral, kayo ba ay may kakilala na mahilig kumain ng mga pagkaing matataba? May kakilala ba kayong ganyan? Kamag-anak, kaibigan, o baka naman kayo mismo, O kaya naman may kakilala ba kayo na malakas makapagpataob ng kanin tuwing mealtime? Mga ka-aral, tamang-tama ang ating topic ngayong hapon. Usapang taba tayo, mga ka-aral. Okay, usapang kolesterol o yung tinatawag nilang hypercholesterolemia. Ano nga ba, mga ka-aral, ang kolesterol? Okay, ano ba ito? Sino ba si kolesterol at bakit ba laging negatibo ang impresyon natin sa salitang ito? Madalas pa nga ay naikakabit or naiko-correlate ito sa mga overweight. Di ba? Yung mga medyo malobo ang katawan, sa may mga edad, sa mga titos and titas natin, at syempre dun sa may mga tinatawag nating high blood pressure or mas kilala sa tinatawag na alta presyon. Alam niyo po ba mga ka-aral na ayon sa isang eksperto, isa sa mga pinakamahuhusay na doktor sa Metro Manila, si Dr. Angelica Rizel B. Odiem, isang mahusay na manggagamot, na about 18 million Filipinos are now considered obese and overweight. 18 million Filipinos, mantakin niyo ho yun mga ka-aral. At considered ho na ang pagiging overweight at obese, isa na ho siyang considered na silent epidemic na nagaganap dito sa ating bansa. Ang pagtaba o paglobo ng katawan, correlated din po ito, nangyari sa maraming Pinoy ito mula noong nagkaroon ng pandemic. Imagine nga naman 2 years tayong nating sa bahay, magmula nung lockdown, tayo'y naubusan siguro ng kung anong gagawin. At remember, since tayo laging nasa bahay, ang ating mga refrigerators, ang ating mga pantry ay very accessible nga naman. And knowing na nandyan yung ating mga delivery guys out there na isang chat mo lang sa kanila or isang order mo lang, right at your doorstep, no, delivered ka agad ang pagkain. Mga kaaral, alam ho ninyo, sa katunayan, no, kusang gumagawa ang ating mga katawan ng sapat na kolesterol para sa sariling pangangailangan nito. Ang kolesterol ay napakahalaga ho upang maging maayos at maging normal ang gawain ng ating mga cells, the building blocks of life na kung tawagin ng mga cells natin sa katawan. Kailangan din ng ating katawan ang kolesterol o taba sa paglikha ng tinatawag na hormones at wastong metabolism. Mahalaga ito upang ang iba't ibang organs natin sa katawan gaya ng ating utak, yung ating integumentary system, yung ating balat ay maging maayos. Kung baga sa tricycle ni tatay or sa single na motorcycle ni tito, no, yan ay hindi aandar kung walang gasolina. Ang taba ay nagsisilbing gasolina or fuel upang nang sa ganon ay gumana ang ating mga pangangatawan ng maayos. For sure, mga kaaral, no, iilan sa inyo nagsasabi ngayon, okay naman palang cholesterol eh. Okay naman din pala ang taba. Kakasabi lang ni Nurse Jewel eh. May katotohanan yan. Kaya lang, kailan mga kaaral, kailan nagiging masama ang cholesterol sa katawan? Kailan? Tandaan ho nating maigi ang laging ipinapaalala sa atin, anumang sumusobra o lumalabis ay talaga namang nakasasama. Shout out kay Princess Ashley Guzman. Hello sa iyo dyan. Hope everything's well with you. Ngayon, pag-usapan natin ang pagiging masama, no, ng cholesterol. Mga kaaral, ang mataas na levels ng cholesterol sa ating arteries, no, na siyang daluyan ng oxygenated blood. Remember, yung mga ugat natin dyan, dumadaloy dyan ng oxygenated blood. Ngayon, ang matataas na levels ng cholesterol sa ating mga arteries na yan ay talaga naman hong nakababahala, mga kaaral. Dahil sa di kalayunan, ang taba na ito ay maaaring kumapal, tumigas, no, yung tinatawag na calcification at magpondo sa ating mga ugat, sa ating mga arteries na nagiging sanhi ng pagbabara. Madalas, nauuwi ito sa tinatawag nating stroke. I know, familiar yung word na yan sa inyo. Ang stroke ho, kung sa bahaging utak ang nangyaring pagbara, ito ay tinatawag na brain stroke. Kung ito naman ay sa gawing puso, no, na artery, sa mga part ng artery sa may gawing puso nangyari, ito naman po ang tinatawag nating heart stroke or mas kilala sa tawag na heart attack. Sa Tagalog, atake sa puso. Okay, nangyayari ho ito mga kaaral, syempre kung labis, no, labis-labis at napakadalas ang pagkain natin ng matataba. Ano pa? Syempre kung tayo ay walang enough physical activity or regular na ehersisyo para masabi natin na i-burn natin ang tabang ito. Mas tumataas ang chances ng stroke lalo't kung tayo ay may mga bisyo katulad ng paninigarilyo at pag-inom ng alak. Ano pa, kung tayo ay kulang sa tulog, kulang sa pahinga, lalo na kung laging stressed. I'm sure nakikita ho ninyo, no, yung ating anatomy dyan na again, kung sa part ng puso, ito po ang heart stroke or heart attack. Kung sa bahagi ng brain stroke. Okay. Ano pa yung mga reasons, no? Isama na mga causes po. Isama na natin ang hindi pagpapatingin sa doktor. Isama na natin hindi pagpapacheck up sa doktor, no? Isang kalampag ho sa ating mga mommies at daddies, lolos at lolas, titos and titas, mga ma'am, mga sir, no, na nakasubaybay ngayon. Mga kaaral, nag-aantay po ang ating mga doctors, mga attending doctors, upang kayo po ay matignan for your regular annual check-up. Alam niyo ho, ito ay katunayan lamang, no? Marami po sa ating mga adults ang nagsasabi, no, madalas sinasabi ho nila na, teka, bakit ako magpapa-check up? Bakit ako magpapatingin kay doktor? Eh, wala naman akong nararamdaman. Lalo na, hindi naman ako mataba. Okay? Lalong hindi ako mataba, no? Tandaan, wala po sa body figure po ang mga blood levels na ito. Tandaan din na hindi natin malalaman if tayo ay at risk kung hindi tayo magpapacheck up at magpapakuha ng blood tests. We have to know that nowadays, evidence-based po ang ating ginagawa sa medisina. Hindi tayo magtitreat kung wala tayong mga laboratory results. Speaking of laboratory results at blood tests, ang ating pong mahal na medical officer na si Dr. Marilyn, Dr. Bunny Manalo, ay patuloy pa rin pong nag-iikot sa buong division. Nag-iikot yan per district upang ma-check ang ating mga results ng annual physical checkups. Yan, mga kaaral, abangan po ang pagpunta ni Dr. Bunny sa inyong mga districts, from what I know, sa central elementary schools, ginaganap itong mga pag-check na ito, and whichever secondary high school ang mga under sa particular na district na yan, ay kasama din po kayo doon. Mga kaaral, eto ho ba, nakikita niyo itong picture na ito ng parang resulta ng laboratory? Ayan, mga laboratory results. Familiar ba kayo sa tinatawag na blood chem? Yan. Blood chem in the first place. Are you familiar with this term? Yung bang nakikita natin na resulta pagkatapos nating mag-fasting, right? At pagkatapos nating makuhanan ng dugo doon sa may gawing laboratorio ng ospital, ng medical technologists. Di ba inilalagay yan sa mga maliliit na bote, Actually, bahagi ho ng blood chemistry ang tinatawag nating lipid profile. Makikita ninyo, nandyan usually ang basic na apat, si total cholesterol, usual nakikita, pagkatapos ni total cholesterol, nandyan si triglycerides, andyan si HDL, andyan si LDL, hindi ho ba? Sa katunayan ho, mga kaaral, marami pa rin ho ang hindi nakakakilala kung sino-sino sila. At marami ang nagtatanong, wait lang, sino si triglyceride? Ano ang kahalagahan ng resultang ito para sa aking kalusugan? Sino si LDL? Anong ibig sabihin ni HDL? Okay, nakikita pa rin po ninyo ang image ng laboratory result na yan, ang ating lipid profile. Mga kaaral, ipakilala ho natin sa inyo ngayon ang mga kasama ni total cholesterol sa ating lipid profile na bahagi pa rin ng ating blood chemistry. Unahin natin, walang iba kung hindi si triglycerides. Alam ba ninyo mga kaaral na tumataas ang levels ng triglycerides kapag tayo ay wala naman talagang control sa pagkain ng alin? Makinig maigi, ang triglycerides ay tumataas kapag tayo ay walang control sa pagkain ng andyan si kanin, andyan ang pansit. Ayan, di ba? Kahit anong klase ng pansit pa yan, Pasta, anumang uri nito. Ang paborito nating spaghetti na maraming hotdog. Tinapay, tulad na lamang ng ating paboritong pandesal na syempre lagi natin ipinapares sa pansit. Andyan si pizza. Isama na rin natin, mga kaaral, yung mga sweets like your cookies, yung mga cakes, yung mga pies, yung mga matatamis na cereals natin na everywhere, every supermarket you go, nandyan po sila. Very accessible. At gayon din, huwag natin kalimutan, isang reason or isa sa mga nakakapagpataas ng triglyceride levels ang pag-inom ng mga matatamis na beverages gaya ng soft drinks at mga juices na tinitimpla or even those that are readily to be drunk. Yan, isang open mo lang, inom ka, napakatatamis ho niyang mga yan, O di ba ho, mga kaaral, nakakagulat na usapang cholesterol ho ang ating topic, pero wait lang, marami sa inyo, ang nag-iisip, wait lang, bakit kasama yung mga yon? Speaking of triglyceride, nakakagulat kasi more on carbohydrates at sugars ang mga pagkain at inumin na nabanggit natin, Kapag madami at madalas ang pagkonsume natin ng mga ito at hindi natin nabe-burn, right? Madalas at madami at hindi nabe-burn, iyan, mga kaaral, ang nagpapataas sa levels ng triglycerides na isa ring nakakapagpabara ng ating mga arteries. Balikan natin si stroke. Shoutout nga po pala sa ating isa sa mga pinakamamahal nating mga guro ng Capas National High School, si Ma'am Catherine Hicbande Chavez. Naalala ko lang ho yung pinost ni Ma'am Catherine na isang nakakatawang meme naman talaga. And I'm sure maraming makaka-relate dito. Most of us, sinasabi natin pag napasarap yung kanin natin, at the end of the meal, tayo ay nagigilty. Naalala ko lang yung pabirong meme na yon nang sabi, promise, next time, 1 cup rice na lang talaga ako. Thank you so much, Ma'am Catherine. Na-inspire mo ako doon, no? So it's not too late to going back to probably have a cup or just a cup of rice for every meal. Kung nakakadalawa, tatlo, okay, let's cut down. Mahirap siyang i-cut down. We'll talk about that later. Okay, and shout out also sa aming school head, school principal ng Capas National High School, Sir Mar, our Superman. Samantala, so we're done with triglycerides, mga kaaral. Samantala, eto pa yung natirang dalawa. Kasi nakukonfuse tayo, wait lang. Low siya, low density lipoprotein. Pero bakit siya yung good cholesterol? Okay, i-clear out natin ngayon yan. Ang LDL na nakikita natin sa ating lipid profile result, tinatawag ding low density lipoprotein, ito'y mas kilala sa tawag na bad cholesterol. Bakit? Bakit mga kaaral? Dahil ito rin ay uri ng cholesterol na may tendencing mamuo at nagiging sanhi ng pagbabara ng ating mga arteries. At syempre mga kaaral, kung may bad, may good news, meron din namang tinatawag tayong good cholesterol. Ito naman ay si HDL or high density lipoprotein. Dahil tumutulong si HDL, natanggalin ang mga deposits o yung mga namumuo na bad cholesterol na nasa arteries natin. Sa papaanong paraan ho mga kaaral? Abay, kapag dumadami ang ating good cholesterol, sila yung rumiresback, sila yung humuhugot, no? Nagdadala ng mga bad cholesterol pabalik sa ating atay, sa ating liver, upang ma-breakdown ang mga ito at mailabas sa katawan. So at least, no, meron tayong tinatawag na good cholesterol. Alam niyo ho, mga kaaral, dito sa Pilipinas marami tayong mga available na mga pagkaing natural na makapagbibigay sa atin ng supply, sapat na supply ng good cholesterol or HDL. Katulad na lamang ng virgin coconut oil. Abay, pinagyayabang natin yan, no? Kung may olive oil sa bandang Europe, no? Tayo naman ay merong extra virgin coconut oil. Ano pa? Nandyan ang oats, no? Yung mga oatmeals natin dyan, very rich in HDL dyan. Andyan din, baka magulat kayo, ang bawang at sibuyas, ano? Avocado. At dito, we have a lot of bodies of water, no? Dahil isa tayong archipelago, sagana tayo sa isda. No, isda sa lahat ng mga lamang dagat, isa ang isda sa pangunahing nagsusupply sa atin ng HDL. Itong mga nabanggit natin, mga kaaral, ay iilan lamang sa mga pagkain na may good cholesterol or HDL. So, you have your access, no? Ugaliin natin mag-Google, no? Ngayong nalaman na natin na si HDL pala ay kakampi. Siya ay ating tagapagtanggol laban sa LDL or bad cholesterol. Why not? Mag-research tayo. Let's find out more kung ano pa yung mga mahahanap natin na mga pagkain sagana sa HDL. At dahil dyan, mga kaaral, na ipakilala natin ang mga tauhan, mga characters na ating lipid profile. Ngayon naman, sa bahaging ito, narito ang ating tips upang mapanatiling normal at balanse ang blood levels ng ating cholesterol. Number 1, balik-balikan natin, ugaliing magpakonsulta ng regular sa ating mga doktor upang malaman natin ang antas or levels ng ating cholesterol, triglycerides, HDL, and LDL. Piliing kumain ng balanseng pagkain, lalo na ng mga natural na pagkain. Bakit? Dahil itong mga kaaral, ang mga pagkain galing sa halaman gaya ng gulay at prutas. Naku, pag sinabi natin piliin kumain ng balanseng pagkain, piliin kumain ng sapat, no? Tandaan po natin yung term na sapat. Hindi kulang, hindi rin naman po lalo, hindi sumusobra. Limitahan ho sana natin ang pagkain ng karne, lalo na yung taba ng hayop, gayon din ang kanin at tinapay. Again, pag nagsama-sama ho yung mga yan, taba ng hayop, ang ating mga kanin, tinapay at pasta, naku, pagtaas ng triglycerides, ng bad cholesterol at total cholesterol ang mangyayari. Okay, sa atin sa Pilipinas, no, napakahirap tanggihan ng kanin. Alam natin yang lahat. Lagi kong dinidiscuss itong si kanin na considered isa sa mga culprits. Kahit tanungin niyo yung ating mga doctors dyan, yung mga ating general doctors, yung mga endocrinologists natin, usually ang sasabihin lang naman nila sa iyo kapag ganyan nagsasabayan ng tumaas ang cholesterol at ang blood sugar, if you cannot cut off totally yung kanin mo, just cut down. No? Pakonti-konti na lang, na siya naman ho talagang napakahirap gawin. Lalo na kung ang ulam naman talaga ay binagoongan, ay menudo, at ang paborito mong ulam na kung ano pa, yung mga kare-kare, mapapalaban ka talaga. So again, konting disiplina, okay? At pag kumakain, make sure na you focus on your food. Marami po sa atin nagsasabay-sabay ang panonood ng TV o kaya panonood ng kung ano-ano sa kanilang laptop, no? Pag-scroll sa kanilang phone, they're not focusing on the food. Mas mararamdaman siguro ng pagkain kapag ang ating atensyon ay nakatuon lamang ito during mealtime. Let us put respect on our food at namnamin natin. Let's savor every single flavor of our food. Okay? Mas piliin din po natin, no, mga kaaral, na uminom ng tubig kaysa sa mga soft drinks at instant juices, which are everywhere. Mas piliin natin na uminom ng tubig. Tandaan, ang tubig ay buhay, ika nga, no? Kapag ikaw ay isang normal adult na walang issue sa iyong blood sugar, kung wala ka namang issue or condition sa kidney, you can drink as much as you can on a daily basis. Actually, pwede kayong uminom ng 3 liters, no? Kung kaya nyo, sige, push natin yan, 3 liters. Kung ihi kayo ng ihi, remember, for a normal adult, kung ihi kayo ng ihi, ang ihi po ay isang good sign, okay, ng husay ng pag-process ng ating puso. Your urine output is a very good symbolization of your cardiac output. Dito natin makikita kung nakakapag-function ba ng maayos ang ating puso sa pag-ihi, okay? And alam naman natin yan, ang water po, beyond anything else, no? Our bodies are made out of 75% water. Now, if the mere activities of walking, no, sweating, even talking, nakaka-deplete ho yan ng water sa ating katawan. Now, what do you replace your water with? Is it sugary juices? Is it soda? No? Choose water. We always have to choose water. Ganon kahalaga ang water sa atin dahil kapag kayo mga kaaral ay dehydrated, naku, andyan na yung sasakit na ang ulo, nandyan na yung nahihilo ka, nawawala ka sa focus. Also, another fact about water, about H2O, ang H2O, kung ikaw ay medyo nasa edad na medyo sumasakit-sakit na ang mga kasukasuan at likod, your increased fluid intake should decrease the pangs of pain sa mga kasukasuhan na yan kasi our joints need to be hydrated also. Ito pang isa sa mga pinaka-challenging na pwede natin gawin, no? Ugaliin ang mag-ehersisyo kahit 30 minutes a day. Okay. Pag pinag-uusapan po kasi ang exercise, do you exercise? It's a close-ended question. Ang sagot mo dyan, pwede yes or no. Syempre, ang isasagot mo, of course, yes, I exercise. The question is, how regular do you do your exercise? Baka naman po kasi pag tinanong ka, how regular do you do your exercise? Every year. Ay, mga kaaral, wag naman pong ganon, okay? When we talk about regular exercise, we make sure na we do it on a weekly basis. Now, if you cannot do it every day, there's every other day, 3 times a week, twice a week, as long as it's weekly. Now, a lot of people po, mga kapuso, sila po ay nai-intimidate sa salitang exercise. Pag kasi narinig na ho nila yung salitang exercise, ang unang pumapasok sa isip nila ay wait lang, ito ba yung magbubuhat ako ng mga bakal dyan, mag-weights ako, no? Yung tipong crossfitan ng datingan, no, mga kaaral. Your exercise can always start with your normal breathing exercises, deep and controlled breathing exercises. Doon pa lang po sa breathing ay may exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide na nagaganap. Okay, if you want to go gradually, pagka naging regular na yung breathing exercise mo, we gradually move on, mag-level up tayo, proceed to your stretching exercises. Like even if you are seated there, no? Makapag-stretching ka. Hindi ko kasi katulad nung mga ninuno natin nung araw, kahit marami yung kinakain, no? They have this mentality na ako ay kakain ng maraming kanin because kung hindi, mahihilo ako, no? Remember, ang ating mga ninuno po, mga kaaral, sila yung mga nagtatrabaho sa fields, sa mga taniman, sa mga palayan, no? At ginagamit naman talaga nila any calorie na ini-input nila because this particular activity ng pagtatanim ay hindi biro. Alam natin yan, strenuous yan, kaya nagagamit nila ng tama. Tayo sa panahon ngayon, we are always sedentary. Mula probably 6 to 8 hours, nasa work tayo, we're seated on our desks, right? Lalo na nung nag-online pa yan, no? So, kung wala na tayong exercise, limit ang pagkain and make sure kahit 30 minutes lang daily. Very good exercise po ang walking. Siyempre mga kaaral, ito naman huwag kalilimutan na palaging magdasal dahil someone up there is taking good care of us at palaging piliing maging masaya para laging may good vibes. Pinabati ko ang mga Impact Titas para sa inyo ito. Pinabati ko si Teddy at Alfred. Naku mga kaaral, sana po ay marami tayong mga natutunan sa ating pong segment today. And remember to share to your loved ones, your families and friends ang ating mga natutunan. Ito po muli ang inyong Nurse Jewel na nag-iiwan ng mga paalalang kumain ng mabuti mga kaaral at laging piliing maging mabuti. Maraming salamat Panginoon sa isa na namang pagkakataong makapagsilbi sa aming bayan. Until next time mga kaaral, we'll see you real soon!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo